like this.
Hare Krishna.
No, we could have done something in the middle to taken away late.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, a bit louder please. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Bit louder please. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Haribo.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, can do better than that. A bit louder. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, I'd like to urge you to kindly give your best. The success of the sacrifice that we're going to give today only depends on how much we give out our hearts, how much we open our hearts to listening to the message, how much we open our hearts and involve our minds in all the activities that are going to be happening today. Does that make sense? So please, for this next part, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So please join as loud as you can, as enthusiastically as you can, as with much joy as you can, with much love, with much dedication as you can. The success of our sacrifice today only depends on how much we give out our energy. Does that make sense? Hare Krishna. A bit louder than that. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo! Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo bolo. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, oh Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
भगवान क्या है भाई अगर
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki, Gita Jayanti 2022 ki. Thank you so much for engaging, for singing with so much enthusiasm. Just a prayer to you. I'm sending my prayer out to Lord Krishna that he may open your hearts, he may engage your minds for the whole time that we're going to be here, all the verses that we're going to listen to, the sacrifice that is going to happen. We pray that he's going to accept the sacrifice, that he may make us receptible to the message of the Gita, which is comparable to none. I think we can attest to that, right?
Haribol!
Haribol! Hare Krishna. Have an amazing end of the year and an amazing day today and a beautiful start of the year tomorrow. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Dear devotees, this is devotees from our residence, our ashram at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Can we have a generous round of applause to thank them in leading us for the Hare Krishna, the holy name. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Can I ask everyone to please raise their hands in the air? Take a deep breath, be ready because you're here for a few hours. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama! Hare Hare! Hare Krishna. We'd like to start off with welcoming everyone here to this very special occasion of Gita Jayanti. Today we are gathered on the last day of 2022. What a year it has been for all of us. What a year it's been for the UK. Tomorrow starts 2023. What will happen in 2023? Haribol, we don't know. But I'm sure what each of us have in our hearts for 2023 is great hope. With that in mind, with that prayer for all of us, we pray taking shelter of the most unique and special literature, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, spoken by Lord Shri Krishna himself. So if I can ask everyone to please fold their hands. As your hands are folded, we'll be chanting a series of prayers known as the Mangalacharan. Mangalacharan means invitation of auspiciousness. We invite auspiciousness through taking shelter and remembering Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, remembering our spiritual masters, the great gratitude we owe to Srila Prabhupada and all the predecessor acharyas. Please meditate on taking shelter today. Meditate on what you would like as a blessing. This is your sankalpa. What would you like as a blessing from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita? From this great yajna that we're performing today. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutha Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhobhyahevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadhi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Om Tat Sat. Shri Guru Paramananda Premananda Falaprada Vrajananda Pradananda Sevayam Mam Niyojayaha. Hare Krishna. Once again, a very hearty welcome to everyone. Today, we celebrate the birth anniversary of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Gita Jayanti. Today we celebrate the 4th Gita Jayanti in the Sri Krishna Haveli. And we celebrate the 20th Gita Jayanti at Bhakti Vedanta Manor. I think that deserves a round of applause, please. 20 years of Gita Jayanti at Bhakti Vedanta Manor. And without putting you on the spot, if you'd like to raise your hands, how many of you have been here 20 times to recite? Wow. 20 Gita Jayantis at Bhakti Vedanta Manor. Very nice. Thank you. Just a couple of announcements before we start. Many of you have been here. You must be familiar. But those who don't know, as you go out, if you need the toilets at any stage, they're just out that door, and to your left, the facilities are there. There is some water that you should have got. Otherwise, when you go out at the table, there should be some water if you need. Otherwise, we do have refilling stations as well. The temple program, the darshan, will carry on as usual today. So I hope you've had an opportunity to take darshan. Otherwise, afterwards, you will get a chance as well. It is Saturday, but there is a sumptuous feast as well for everyone. So please do not go home without taking prasad. Hare Krishna. We want to recite a very special text known as the Gita Mahatmya. The Gita Mahatmya is the invocation or the glorification of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. This Bhagavad Gita, Gita Mahatmya, is composed by Adi Shankaracharya, who is non-different to Bhagwan Lord Shiva, Mahadev himself. And we find these connections of similar descriptions of the Gita in different Puranas, discussions between Lord Shiva and his good wife, Parvati Devi. So if you can please have the Gita Mahatmya. It'll be on screen, so if you want to chant with me, you can chant. This is really just bringing our minds to take shelter of the Bhagavad Gita. Gita Mahatmya. Gita Shastramidam Punyam Yapatet Prayatah Puman Vishnu Padam Avapnoti Bhaya Shokha Divarjitam. The Bhagavad Gita, Adi Shankaracharya explains, is very powerful. Is very powerful. By recitation, by taking shelter of the Gita, Vishnu Padodakam Pitva. Vishnu Padam Avapnoti. One achieves the shelter of Lord Vishnu. And Bhaya Shokha Divarjitam. He is devoid of all fears and all stress, distresses, and anxiety. Shokha means suffering. Text number 2. Gita Dhyayana Shilasya Pranayama Parasya Cha Naiva Santi Hi Papani Purva Janma Kritani Cha. The Bhagavad Gita has the potency to remove all past accumulated sinful karma that we may have, and therefore Purva Janma Kritani Cha. No matter how much in the past we may be in difficulty, by reading the Gita simply, we get free from all of that. Text number 3. Maline mochanam pumsam jalasnanam dine dine sakrit gita amrita snanam samsara malanashanam. We've all had a shower, I hope. But it is explained here that just like we take shower with water, soap, shampoos, all those things, Gitamrita Snanam, by reading the Gita, you're taking the nectar bath of the Bhagavad Gita. So just like the shower purifies, cleans, reading the Gita simply purifies the consciousness and the heart. Number 4, Gita su Gita kartavya kimanye shastra vistaraihi yasvayam padmanabhasya mukha padma vinishritaha. This verse explains that when you take shelter of the Gita, all the other scriptures that are there in the Vedic lifestyle, all of those are secondary. Simply by taking shelter of the Gita, everything gets covered. Very beautiful. Number 5, Bharatamrita sarvasvam Vishnu bhaktrad vinishritam Gita gangodakam pitva punar janmana vidyate. We're all familiar with the Ganga. We go in pilgrimage to take a shower, to take a bath in the Ganga. But the Gita is also compared to the Ganga. One, this verse explains, comes from the lotus feet of the Lord, the river Ganga. And one comes from the lotus mouth of the Lord, the Bhagavad Gita. Number 6, Sarva Panishado Gavo Dogdhago Palanandana Parthavatsa Sudhir Bhokta Dugdham Gitamritam Mahat. He's explained that the Bhagavad Gita is like milk. Milk that even if you're intolerant, you can still have. Because this is nectar. This milk is coming from the cow of Vedic scripture. And who is the one who is taking the milk from the cow of the scripture? None other than Bhagwan, Gopal, or Gokulananda, Krishna. Who is the calf? The calf of this cow is Arjuna. The first recipient of cow's milk is always the calf. And that is Arjuna. But this amritam is for all those who are wise. Dugdham Gitam, Sudhir Bhokta. Those who are wise can be a recipient of this nectar, of the milk. That has been extracted by Krishna himself from Vedic scripture, and that has been received by Arjuna. Before we go into the last one, I just want to share a few points from the Gita itself, where Krishna explains the potency of the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna explains that the Gita is like a boat. This world is considered to be an ocean, the Bhavasagara. And we all are in an effort to cross this ocean. The Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains, is like a boat. Krishna explains the Bhagavad Gita is like fire. One of the verses explained that karma, the past, papa is all burnt up by reading the Gita. Krishna explains in the Gita as well that all of our past is like dry wood. And as soon as you touch the match of the Bhagavad Gita, then everything is burnt up. Next, Krishna says that the Gita is like a sword. Gita is like a sword. When you go into a dense forest, then you need a sword to make your way, to find your path. And that is the Gita. We're all navigating our lives. Sometimes we find we're in a desert. Sometimes we find we're in a dense forest. The sword of the Gita can be used very easily to navigate through life. And Gita is a guide as well. Another shloka in the scriptures explains that the Gita of Vedic knowledge is like the mother. We all know the value of the mother. We all know the shelter, the solace, the kindness, the love we receive from the mother. And all of that is received by taking shelter of the Bhagavad Gita. Finally, we have the last verse of the Gita Mahatmya. Everyone. Ekam Shastram Devaki Putra Gitam Eko Devo Devaki Putra Eva Eko Mantrastasya Namani Yani Karmapyagam Tasya Devasya Seva. Eko means one and only. Eko Devo. Ekam Shastram. There's only one Shastra. This is the conclusion of Shankaracharya, Lord Shiva, is the Bhagavad Gita. Eko Deva. There is only one God, and that is Gopal or Krishna. There is only one mantra. We are all familiar with that mantra. And there is only one work, and that is the service of the Lord. So with those meditations, can we please now welcome to seek blessings from our very dear temple president. If we can please invite Mother Vishakha, please come forward and give us some words of thought and blessings. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. आप ये लेके जाओ, ये भारती को दे दो. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha, Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo, Namo Namaha. We're truly thrilled to see all of you here this morning to recite Bhagavad Gita, the most auspicious way to end 2022. The most auspicious way to begin 2023, by really absorbing ourselves in the message of the Gita, by applying that message in our life. Whatever challenges come, whatever obstacles, whatever threats come into our lives, we can be equipoised in the midst of those challenges and those miseries. And we know from the teachings of the Gita, the miseries are inevitable, but our consciousness we can improve by the grace of Srila Prabhupada through the teachings of the Gita. And one of the purports in the Srimad Bhagavatam, the second canto, Prabhupada says that undoubtedly the Bhagavad Gita is one of the most brilliant stars in the horizon of the spiritual sky. All that's needed is for us to absorb those teachings purely. And we're so fortunate that we have them. Bhagavad Gita as it is, from His divine grace, we can absorb them without misinterpretation, and in that way get the full benefit. So thank you again for being here. We're so grateful that you're here. Please do absorb yourself in these teachings. Hare Krishna, all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Before we invite our guest of honor, we want to just say a few words of welcome to our priests. We have Jagannath Ram Prabhu, we have Ayodhyapati Prabhu. So we would like to just welcome them. And then we also have amongst us, whenever you come to the temple, these are very familiar devotees you see. Can we please also say a big Haribol of welcome to Pranabandhu Prabhu. Pranabandhu Prabhu is here, and other members of our senior management, Prem Niketana Prabhu is here as well. He's up there. Thank you. And now, devotees, can we please very enthusiastically welcome, firstly, our reciters. We have the fortune today of having with us Bharati, who will be guiding the recitation of the Bhagavad Gita. Now, you all have a Gita? You're all ready? Yes? The Gita verses will also be displayed on the screen, so please do feel comfortable to just maybe use that as well. It'll save your neck maybe. Bharati, if you can please welcome Bharati with 3 big Haribols. Haribol, Haribol, Haribol. She will be taking us through the first 8 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita. Can we please also welcome now our very dear Swayam Bhagavan Keshava Swami with 3 loud Haribols. Haribol! 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 So we all know Keshava Swami. Last time at Gita Jayanti, we knew Maharaj as Sutapa Prabhu, but there is no dearth of appreciation that we can have for Keshava Maharaj. Keshava Maharaj has written various books teaching us, explaining to us the Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and other books. He's an author, he's a guide, he's been monk here for 20 years. For 20 years, Maharaj has been here. So can we please have one more time a big round of applause and welcome Maharaj to our midst. Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Okay. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. So another loud Hare Krishna. Are you all very happy to be here today? We're all happy. It's amazing to be in the Haveli. I was wondering when I came in, how did we manage to do it all these years without the Haveli? Amazing, isn't it? So it's such a beautiful atmosphere. All of you have come here today for an amazing event, a highlight of the year, the final event of the year, and an event in which so much can be achieved. But before that, we'd first like to offer our respects to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada, we're remembering so dearly, came to the West in 1965 all alone. And he was the one who carried the message of Bhagavad Gita. And Srila Prabhupada was the one who shared it to the world as it is. And therefore Srila Prabhupada is our teacher, our guru, our leader. One time someone came here to me, they said, why don't you get a job? I said, I have a job, Srila Prabhupada's my boss. So Srila Prabhupada is our leader. So we first of all seek his blessings and his permission that we can share his message that he brought in such a pure way. Srila Prabhupada was a pure devotee, and Srila Prabhupada therefore had captured Krishna. The pure devotee has captured Krishna by their love. And therefore Srila Prabhupada also brought their Lordship, Shri Radha Gokulananda, to London, to Bhaktivedanta Mana. And next year we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of their appearance here, and so we seek their permission. Today we are discussing the Bhagavad Gita. Behind me you can see a huge screen, isn't it? Cinema screen. We thought nowadays people don't read books, so maybe we'll just show a movie. Recently someone sent me a message, it said, get off Facebook and get your face into a book. Right. So nowadays people don't read books, people like to watch movies, isn't it? Can you tell me what's one of your favorite movies of all time? Anyone? Little Krishna. Wonderful, very good. I know that one. Anyone else? Favorite movies? Ramayan TV series, okay. Everyone's going for the safe options. No one wants to say what they really liked. Titanic. Top Gun. You can see the names I'm coming out with are like from decades ago. So many movies, isn't it? But you know what is the greatest movie of all time? That was the cue for the PowerPoint. You can see we have not. So the greatest movie of all time is the Mahabharata, actually. The greatest story. Because in the Mahabharata you have everything, isn't it? You have romance, you have comedy, you have intrigue, you have adventure, you have all kinds of politics, diplomacy, poetry, so much amazing highs and lows and twists and turns. The Mahabharata is the greatest story of all time. And this is one very, very famous scene from the Mahabharata. This is the scene in the Mahabharata where everything changes. Because this is the scene where Draupadi, who's so chaste, who has so much honor, who's revered in the greatest respect, is disrobed in the gambling arena. Here you can see the Kauravas, individuals of lower nature, lower character, individuals who are ready to do anything to satisfy their own greed, their own desires. And here you have the Pandavas, personalities of the greatest moral and ethical virtues. And finally, from this scene, it was only a matter of time before a battle was about to take place, the battle between good and evil. And that battle took place at Kurukshetra. Would you like to go to Kurukshetra? Are you sure? Kurukshetra is a battlefield. You want to go to the battlefield? There's thousands and thousands of soldiers on the battlefield. There's a trial of arms. There's blood. There's warfare. There's intrigue. Are you sure you want to go there? Why do you want to go there? Because in the middle of all of that, something amazing takes place. So today, before we start reciting the Bhagavad Gita, we need to go to Kurukshetra, isn't it? Because that's where the Bhagavad Gita was spoken. So now, let us go to Kurukshetra. Now I want you to forget that you're here in London, in Watford, in the UK. Now you're going to transport yourself to another place. Now we're going to Kurukshetra. I want you to try to be there. Kurukshetra is an incredible place. Kurukshetra is actually a dharma kshetra. This is a place of sacrifice. But on this day, Kurukshetra has become a yuddha kshetra. It has become a battlefield. Hundreds and thousands of soldiers have assembled here. Here you can see the army of the Kauravas, and here you can see the army of the Pandavas. The conchs are blowing, the horses and elephants are roaring, the warriors are speaking their tactics to each other. And in the middle of all of it is Krishna and Arjuna. Arjuna is like the most successful, the most valiant, the most expert archer. There are hundreds and thousands of soldiers on the battlefield, but everyone knows it's Arjuna who everything rests on. He's the one who everyone's eyes are on. And as they're about to begin the war, what does Arjuna say to Krishna? Senayor ubayor madhye ratham stapaya mechuta. Arjuna looks at Krishna and he says, take my chariot to the middle. And as Arjuna looks around, all around him, he sees his friends He sees his family. He sees all his teachers. He sees people that he spent his whole life with. And he's seeing that many of them are going to lose their life. Arjun looks at Krishna and he becomes completely overwhelmed. He becomes completely confused, baffled, bewildered. Arjun has no idea why he's here. Arjun is confused about his future. Arjun has so many questions about life, about happiness. Arjun is facing the biggest crisis of his life. And in that moment, Arjun turns to Krishna. And Arjun begins to have a conversation with Krishna, opening his heart. I want to ask all of you for one moment, just close your eyes. You are all going on your own life journey. You are all facing your own battles. You all have your own questions. For one moment, what are those questions you want to ask? What are those confusions, those dilemmas? What are those things in your life that you would like to resolve? For one moment, I want you to, in your mind's eye, imagine that you're on that chariot with Krishna. If Krishna was right next to you, what question would you ask him? What answer are you looking for? Dear friends, what I want to say to you is that if you listen carefully today, then that answer will come to you. Because when Krishna was speaking to Arjun, he was not just speaking to one warrior 5,000 years ago. He was speaking to each one of us. And so my humble request to all of you is that in these hours that we're here, this is not just a ritual. This is not just something we do every year as part of our events that we attend. Today is an opportunity to hear Krishna speaking to you, and an opportunity to orientate your life so that it can move in the most beautiful way as possible. So today, we are going to discuss the Bhagavad Gita. This is the Bhagavad Gita given to us by Srila Prabhupada. This is Bhagavad Gita Yatha Roop, Bhagavad Gita as it is. Not Bhagavad Gita as we want it to be. Not Bhagavad Gita as we think it is. Not Bhagavad Gita as somebody else said they think it is. No. This is Bhagavad Gita as it is given to us by Srila Prabhupada. 5,000 years old, 700 verses, 18 chapters, 5 topics, 3 yoga paths, and 1 purpose. And what is that goal and purpose of the Bhagavad Gita? To get us to think deeply about our life. So this is what we'll try to share with you in the coming hours. We're going to share with you how Krishna teaches you to approach your life differently. Krishna teaches you to think differently. And from every chapter we're going to draw a lesson. And hopefully some of those questions, some of those dilemmas, some of those confusions in your mind will be directly addressed by what we discuss today. Hare Krishna. So we'll hand over to Bharti to take us now through. I think she needs some encouragement, so you can give her a loud Haribol and a round of applause. So it's quite nerve-wracking to recite the verses of Krishna, but she's wonderful, she's so good at it. So we've asked her to come forward and we wish her the best and we hand over to her. Hare Krishna.
Arjuna Vishada Dhritarashtra Vacha Dharma Kshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta-yutsava Mamaka Pandavaschaiva Kima Kurvata Sanjaya Sanjaya Vacha Drushva tu Pandavanikam Yudam Duryodhanastara Acharya Mupasangamya Raja Vachanam Abravit Paschaitam Panduputranam Acharyam Mahatim Chamum Vyudam Drupada Putrena Tava Shishyena Dhimata Atra Shura Maheshwasa Bhimarjuna Samayudhi Yudhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharatha Drushtaketuscha Kitana Kashirajascha Viryavan Purujit Kunti Bojascha Saibhyascha Narapungava Yudhamanyascha Vikranta Uttamaujascha Viryavan Saubhatro Dropadeyascha Sarva Eva Maharatha Asmakam tu Vishishtaye Tani Bodhatvijottama Nayaka Mama Saunyasya Saunyartham Tan Bravimite Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitinjaya Ashwathama Vikarnascha Somadattistataivacha Anye cha Bhava Shura Madarte Tyaktya Jivita Nana Shastra Praharana Sarve Yuddha Visharada Aparyaptam Tadasmakam Balam Bhishma Bhirakshitam Paryaptam Tvidametesham Balam Bhima Bhirakshitam Ayaneshu cha Sarveshu Yatha Bhagam Avastita Bhishmameva Bhirakshantu Bhavanta Sarva Evahi Tasya Sanjayanam Harsham Kuru Vritta Pita Mahan Snihanadam Vidotnyauche Shankham Dabno Pratapavan Tata Shankhascha Bhairascha Panavanuka Komuka Saha Savvapyanyanta Shashabtastumalo Bhavat Tata Shveter Harir Yukte Mahatti Sandhyane Stito Madhava Pandavaschaiva Divyam Shakno Pradaknutu Panchajanyam Rushikesho Deva Dattam Dhananjaya Paundram Dabno Mahashankham Bhima Karma Vakodara Anantam Vijayam Raja Kunti Putro Yudhishthira Nakula Sahadevascha Sugosho Manipushpako Kashascha Parameshwasa Shikhandi cha Maharatha Drushtrabdumno Viratascha Satyakischa Parajita Drupado Dropadeyascha Sarvasha Prithivipate Saubhadrascha Mahabaho Shankham Dagno Pratak Pratak Sagoshodhatarashtranam Rudayan Vidadarayat Nabhascha Prithivim Chaiva Tumalobhyanunadayan Atavyavastitan Društvan Tatarashtran Kapitvaja Pravrutte Shastra Sampate Dhanavrutamya Pandava Rishikesham Tada Vakyam Idamaha Mahipate Arjunuvacha Senayorupayor Madhye Ratham Stapaya Mechuta Yavadetan Riksheham Yodukamanavastitan Kairmaya Saha Yodavyam Asmin Ranasamudhyame Yotsamananya Veksheham Ya Etre Samagata Dhatarashtrasya Durbuddhe Yuddhe Priyachikeshava Sanjayuvacha Eva Muktvo Jushikesho Kodakeshena Bharata Senayorupayor Madhye Stapayitva Rathottamam Bhishmadrona Pramukata Sarveshancha Mahikshitam Uvacha partha pashyaitam samavetan kuruniti tatra pashyastitam partha pitrunata pitamahan acharyan matulan bhatrum putram pautram sakhim stata swashunam surudashchaiva senayorupayorapi tan samikshasya kaunteya sarvan bandhunavastitan krupaya paraya vishto vishidannidam abravit Arjuna vacha drushtve svajanam Krishna yuyutsam samupastitam sidanti mama gatrani mukam cha parishushati Pepasushya sharire me roma harshascha jayate gandivam shamsrate hastat tyakchaiva pariduyate nacha shokmanya vastatum brahmati vacha me mana nimittani cha pashyami viparitani keshava nacha shreyo na pashyami hatva swajana mahave nakanksha vijayam Krishna nacha rajyam sukhani cha Kim no rajena govinda kim bhoge jivitena va yesham arte kankshitam no rajyam bhoga sukhani cha tai me vyasita yuddhe pranam saktyan dhanani cha acharya pitara putras tathaiva cha pitamahan matula shvashura pautra shailya sambandhi nasata etanuhantum ichchami Nagdopi madhusudanam api trailokya rajasya heto kimnu mahikrute nyatya dharta rashtrana kapiti sya janardanam papameva shrayedasman hatvaitan tathaina tasman naravayam hantum dharta rashtran sabhandhavan swajanam hi katam hatva sukhinashama madhava Yadyapetena pashyanti lobopahata chetasa kulakshaya kritam dosham mitradrohe cha patakam katam hi naimasmabhi papadasman nivartitum kulakshaya kritam dosham prapashyate janardana kulakshaya pranashyanti kuladharmat sanatana dharme nashte kulam kritsnam adharmo vibhamachyuta Adharma bhavat Krishna pradusyanti kulastriya Strishu dushtashu vashneya jayate varna sankara Sankaro narakayaiva kulaknanam kulasya cha Patanti pitaro yesham lupta pindo takakriya Doshere te kulaknanam varna sankara karakai Utsajate jati dharma kula dharmascha shashvata utsanna kula dharmanam manushyanam janardana narake niyatam vaso bhavati anushushma aho batmat papam kartum vyavastita vayam yadraja sukhalobena hantum swajanamudyata yadi mama patikaram ashastram shastra pranaya Dhartarashtrarane hanyus tanmekshemataram bhavet Sanjay uvacha eva muktva junas sankhye rathopasta upavishad visrujam sacharam chapam shoku sanvigna manasaha Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Is it? Is it me? Okay, there you go. Okay, wonderful. So we are right into the Bhagavad Gita. Before we talk about this chapter, which is incredible, observing the army, Shainya Darshan, those of you who are sitting on chairs, I'm going to do an experiment with you. It's a live experiment. If in your life you have ever experienced a natural disaster, like an earthquake, a flood, I just want you to stand up for a moment. Yeah? And stay standing up. If you've ever experienced a natural disaster in your life. Yeah? Some of you. Okay, stay standing up. Those of you who are sitting down, if in your life you've ever experienced someone very close in your family passing away, can you stand up? Okay? Some of you are still sitting. I think you need to go and see a psychologist. No, I'm joking. If you have ever experienced a major health challenge in your life, can you stand up? Okay, now I want you to look around at the room. Adversity, problems, obstacles, difficulties makes no discrimination. It happens to every single person. Would you agree with me? Yes. You can sit down then. What is the first thing that Arjuna is taught by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita? Everyone in this world will go through problems. Everyone in this world will go through difficulties. But you know what the world tells you? The world tells you, when you go through problems, try to leave the problems. Try to run away from the problems. Try to allay the immediate pain that the problems cause you. But Krishna now is going to give the first amazing teaching to Arjuna, which is, when problems come, don't try to leave the problems. Then what should you do? Learn from the problems. Please, please try to understand this. Battle of Kurukshetra is like the school of life. And the school of life is the school of hard knocks. And the first lesson that Krishna is giving to Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita is you have to learn how to deal with problems. You've all heard of earthquakes, isn't it? Can you predict when an earthquake will take place? Can you predict where an earthquake will take place? Can you predict what scale the earthquake will be? But an earthquake could happen at any time. Dear friends, what Krishna is teaching Arjuna in the first chapter is there is something called life quakes. There will be times in your life when things will happen which were completely unexpected. When an earthquake comes, it's so discouraging because everything that had been built up in one moment is destroyed. When an earthquake comes, everything is destroyed in such a way that the people there are thinking, how will I rebuild my life from here? Earthquakes will happen in each one of our lives, and they're called life quakes. Maybe it will come in the form of relationships. Maybe you'll lose someone. Maybe someone will pass away. Maybe a relationship will break. Maybe a friendship will be severed. Lifequake. Maybe it will be a natural disaster, as some of you experience. Maybe it will be something in the world, a war, as many people have experienced. Maybe it will be to do with your career and finances, some immediate or sudden change of fortune. Maybe it will be something to do with your physical or mental health. I remember this time of year because 6 years ago, around this time, one of my good friends here, which many of you knew, Janaki Nath, 31, he had some stomach pains, went to the hospital for a checkup, thought it was a stomach upset, a food bug, and they told him, sir, you have stage 4 cancer. Lifequake. He lived for 5 more years. Shall I tell you something amazing? He was living here and he was leaving the world, and he said, you know what? These 5 years have been the best 5 years of my life. I had the most fun. I built the best friendships. I made my greatest contribution to the world in these 5 years. And I had the deepest spiritual realizations and insights in these 5 years. And where did it all start from? A life quake. I'm not standing here in front of you today as a motivational speaker. I'm trying to share with you wisdom that breathes. If we learn how to deal with problems, our life will change immensely. This is what Arjuna is saying to Krishna. Nacha shaknomya vastatum brahmeti vachame manaha nimitani cha pashyami viparitani Keshava. Arjuna is saying, I am now unable to stand here any longer. I'm forgetting myself. My mind is reeling. I see only causes of misfortune. Oh Krishna, killer of the Keshi. How many of you feel like this when you go through a problem? You think, I can't stand here any longer. I can't move forward. We think pain and problems is basically failure. We think pain and problems is the end of my life. We think pain and problems means I can't move forward from here and have beauty in my life again. We're thinking about pain and problems in completely the wrong way. Pain and problems are the beginning. If you can turn those pains and problems into purpose and progress. This is the art of life. Did they ever teach you in school how to deal with these things? Did they? You learn at school, and me too, every single subject under the sun, from geology to graphic design. But did they tell you how to deal with life quakes? Did they tell you how to deal with problems? They didn't. And therefore, what do most people do in the world? When pains and problems come, they break down. But Krishna is saying to Arjuna, you don't need to run away. You don't need to leave the battlefield. You don't need to think that this pain and misfortune is the end of your life. Rather, I want you to stay on the battlefield, and I want you to learn from these pains and problems and turn these pains and problems into purpose and progress. And that is exactly what Arjuna does. And therefore, the first lesson of life, the first lesson in the school of life, when you face problems, the world told you, try to leave the problems. But Krishna is telling you, learn from the problems. Because that pain comes for a reason. We look up at God and say, God, change my situation. But God is looking down at us and saying, but I sent that situation so you change yourself. When we come across problems, we can look up at God and say, why is this happening to me? Or we can ask a more progressive question, what am I supposed to learn from this? Some people in this world will go through problems. But if you, like Arjuna, learn the art, you won't just go through problems, you will grow through problems. And this is the first major teaching of Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Dvitiyotyaya Sankhya Yoga Sanjaya Cha Tam Tata Kripaya Vishtam Ashrupurna Kulekshanam Vishidantamidam Vakyam Uvacha Madhusudana Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Kutastva Kashmalamidam Vishame Samupastitam Anarya Jushtam Asvargyam Akirtim Karamarjuna Klebyam Mam Smagama Partha Naitatva Tupapatyate Shudram Hridaya Dorpalyam Tyaktvottishta Parantapa. Arjuna Vacha Katam Bhishmamaham Sankhye Dronam Cha Madhusudana Ishubhi Pratiyotsami Pujahara Visudana Guruni Hatva Hi Mahanubhavan Shreyo Bhuktam Bhikshamapi Haloke Hatva Takamastu Guruni Haiva Punjiya Bhogan Ritira Pradiktan Nachaitad Vitma Katnarang no Gariyo Yadva Jayema Yadivano Jayeyu Yane Bahatva Najiji Vishamas Devastita Pramukhe Datarashtra Karpanya Dosho Pahatasva Bhava Pruchami Tvam Dharma Sammuda Cheta Yacheyasa Nishitam Bruhitan Me Shishyaste Hamshadi Mam Tvam Prapannam Nahi Prapashyami Mama Panutyat Yachoka Muchoshanam Indriyanam Avapya Bhuma Vasamatma Vrittam Rajam Suranam Apichadipatyam Sanjay Uvacha Eva Muktva Rushikesham Gudakesha Parantapa Nayotsya iti Govindam Uktvam Tushnim Babuvaha Tamuvacha Rushikesha Prahasanniva Bharata Senayor Madhye Vishidantamidam Vacha Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Ashochanvashochastvam Prajnavadamscha Vastashe Gatasuna Gatasuscha Nanushokchanti Pandita Natvevaham Jatunasam Natvam Neme Janadipa Nachaiva na Bhavishyama Sarve Vayamatha Param Dehinosmin Yatha Dehe Kaumaram Yovanam Jara Tata Dehantara Prapti Dhiras Tatra Namuyati Matra Sparshastu Kaunteya Shitoshna Sukha Dukkhada Agama Paino Nityas Tam Titikshasva Bharata Yam Hina Vyatayantyete Purusham Purusharshabha Samadukha Sukham Dhiram Sabrutvaya Kalpate Nasato Vidyate Bhavo Na Bhavo Vidyate Sata Ubhayorapi Dushtvantvas Tva Anusvatatva Darshibi Avinashi Tu Tadvitti Yena Sarvamidam Tatam Vinasham Avayasyasya Na Kaschit Kartumarhati Antavatta Ime Deha Nitya Yukto Sharirina Anashino Prameyasya Tasmad Yuddhasva Bharata Ya Enam Veti Hantaram Yaschainam Manyate Hatam Upoto Na Vijanito Nayam Hanti Na Hanyate Na Jayate Briyate Va Kadachin Nayam Bhutva Bhavita Va Na Bhuyam Ajo Nitya Shashvato Yam Purano Na Hanyate Hanyamane Sharire Veda Vinashinam Nityam Ya Enam Ajamovyayam Katam Sa Purusha Partha Kam Gateti Hantikam Vasansi Jainani Yatha Vihaya Navani Brunati Naroparani Tatha Sharirani Viharya Chirnyan Anyani Samyati Navani Dehi Nainam Chindanti Shastrani Nainam Dahati Pavaka Nachainam Klediyantyapo Nashoshayati Marutha Achetyoyam Yadayoyam Akledyo Sosha Evacha Nitya Sarvakatastanur Acholoyam Sanatana Avyaktoyam Achintyoyam Avikaryoyam Uchate Tasmadevam Viditvainam Nanushochitum Harasi Atachainam Nitya Jatam Nityam Vamanyase Mrutam Tatapi Tvam Mahabaho Nainam Shochitum Arhasi Jatasya Hi Dhruvo Mrityu Dhruvam Janma Mritasya Cha Tasmada Pariharyete Natvam Shochitum Arhasi Avyaktatini Bhutani Vyakta Madhyani Bharata Avyakta Nitananyeva Tatra Ka Parivedana आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवत् वदति तथैव चान्यम् आश्चर्यवत् चैनमन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वा वेन एनं वेदैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यमवत्योऽयं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि स्वधर्ममपि चावेक्ष न विकुम्पितुमर्हसि धर्मादियुतात् श्रेयो न क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यदृच्छया चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारमपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रिया पार्थ लभन्ते युतमीदृशम् अपचेत्त्वम् इमं धर्म्यं सङ्ग्रामं न करिष्यसि तथा स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापमवाप्स्यसि अकीर्ति चापि भूतानि कथयिष्यन्ति ते वयं सम्भावितश्वशा कीर्ति मरणादिति रिच्यते भयाद्वनादुपरतं मंस्यन्ते त्वं महारथा येषां च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यास्यसि लाघवम् अवाश्च वादांश्च बहून् विदिष्यन्ति तवाहिता नन्दन्तस्तव सामर्थ्यं ततो दुःखं तरं नु किम् हतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गं जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महिं तस्माद् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चया सुखदुःखसमये कृत्वा लाभालाभो जयाजयो ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैवं पापमवाप्स्यसि एष ते विहिता साङ्ख्ये बुद्धियोगे त्विमां शृणु बुद्ध्यो युक्तो यथा पार्थ कर्मबन्धं प्रहर्षसि नेहाभिक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमपि अस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भया व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धि एकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखान्तश्च बुद्ध्यो व्यवसायिनां यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रभवत्यन्त्यपश्चिता वेदवादरता भारत नान्यदस्तीतिवादिना कामात्मना स्वर्गपरा जन्म कर्म फलप्रदां क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगैश्वर्यगतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां तया परुतचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धि समादो न विधीयते त्रैगुण्यविषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मवान् यावनर्थे उदपाने सर्वथा सम्प्लुतो दुःखे तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्य विजानता कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भुर्मा ते सङ्गस्त्वकर्मणि योगस्था कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जय सिद्ध्यो समो भूत्वा समत्वं योग उच्यते दुरेण वयं कर्म बुद्धियोगात् धनञ्जय बुद्ध्यो श्रवणमन्विच्छ कृपणा फलहेतवा बुद्धियुक्तो जहातिह उभे सुकृतदुष्कृते तस्माद् योगाय युज्यस्व योगा कर्मसु कौशलं कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणा जन्मबन्धविनिर्मुक्ता पदं गच्छन्ति अनामयं यदा ते मोहकलीलं बुद्धिव्यतितरिष्यति तदा कन्तासि निर्वेद्रं श्रोतृवस्य श्रुतस्य च श्रुतिविप्रतिपन्ना ते यदा स्तास्तस्य निश्चल समादावचला बुद्धिस्तदा योगमवाप्स्यसि अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्थिताभाषा समाधिस्तस्य केशव स्थितधि किं प्रभाषेत किमासीत व्रजेत किं श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रजहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थमनोगतान् आत्मानि एवात्मना तुष्टा स्थितप्रज्ञस्तदोच्यते दुःखेष्वनुद्विग्नमना सुखेषु विगतस्पृहा वीतरागभयक्रोधा स्थितधीर्मुनिरुच्यते यः सर्वत्रानभिनेस्तत्तत्प्राप्यं शुभाशुभं नाभिनन्दति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते चायं कुर्मोर्गानिव सर्वशा इन्द्रियाणि इन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस् तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यशया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिना रसवर्जं रसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततोऽपि कौन्तेय पुरुषश्च विपश्चिता इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरन्ति प्रसवं मना तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आसीत मत्परा पश्येहि यस्य इन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसा सङ्गस्तेषुऽपि जायते सङ्गात् सञ्जायते कामा कामात् क्रोधो विजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमा स्मृतिभंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनष्टा प्रणश्यति रागद्वेष विमुक्तेस्तु विषयानिन्द्रियैश्चरन् आत्मविषयैर्विधेयात्मा प्रसादमधिगच्छति प्रसादैर्सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसु यासु बुद्धिपर्यवतिष्ठते नास्तिर्बुद्धिरयुक्तस्य न च युक्तस्य भावना न च भावयता शान्तिरशान्तस्य कुतः सुखम् इन्द्रियाणा हि चरतां यन्मनोनुविधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नावमिवाम्बसि तस्माद् यस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणि इन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागर्ति संयमी यस्यां जागर्ति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुने आपूर्यमानम् अचलं प्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमापा प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायां प्रविशन्ति सर्वे शशान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामान्य सर्वान् पुंसाश्चरति निःस्पृहा निर्ममो निरहङ्कार शशान्तिमधिगच्छति एषा ब्राह्मीस्थितिः पार्थ नैनां प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थित्वा स्यामन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणमृच्छति हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Wonderful round of applause. You did really well. That is the second longest chapter of the Gita, contents of the Gita summarized. So do you remember the first way in which Krishna teaches us to think differently? The world tells you when you have problems, try to leave the problems. But Krishna says when you have problems, learn from the problems. So Arjuna is convinced now. Arjuna has had a change of heart. He doesn't want to run away from the battlefield. He's ready to learn. And therefore he starts asking Krishna questions. Have you noticed when we're kids, we always ask questions? Have you noticed? Like the child will say, why? And then you give an answer and they say, why? Then you give another answer and say, well, why? Isn't it? Why? The child is always asking, but when we grow up, we accept. The second major lesson that Krishna gives us in the Bhagavad Gita is that the world tells you, act first, ask later. Religion, God, the purpose of life, what happens after death, these are questions you ask when you're an old person. First you get on with life. First you do all of the things that everyone does in the world, and then ask questions about religion later. But what does Krishna say? Ask first. Act later. Krishna turns it around. In the world, most people accept their life direction without even questioning it. The career they're going to do, the way they're going to live, what they accept as goals of success, they have accepted it without even questioning it. Would you agree sometimes? The media, our family, friends, society, popular culture tells us what is success. Do you want to see what's a successful life? Shall I show you? You can measure yourself. There are 25 signs of a successful life according to the world. And I'm going to show you what those 25 are, and I want you to count as I'm going through how many you score on. I'll tell you my score later. These are the ultimate guide to life. See, 25 signs. See how many fit with you. Age 15, first kiss. Pass your driving test. Buy your first car. Rent a home, 24. Get engaged, 25. Get married at 27. I don't know, 2 years gap whether all Indian parents will be happy. But anyway, we'll go with it. Start earning your average wage. You should have a second child by 31. Isn't it? Move into the second house. One house is not, you need 2 of everything nowadays. 2 phones, 2 cars, 2 houses, too much. Start earning 40,000 a year by the time you're 37. And by 39 you should have another property to let. Later on you can retire. What was your score? What was your score, Prabhu? Didn't count? Lost count? Didn't start counting? How many? Prem Sankirtan, how many you did? 10? About 10? 15? 7? You know why this made me laugh? You know what my score was? Not 0, come on, I'm not that much of a failure. 2. I did one thing and then I retired. I was thinking about the job for £40,000 because when I joined it, remember I was telling you, they were asking me, why don't you I said, I got a job. They said, no, it's not a real job that you have. What's the salary? I said, I don't know about the salary, but the retirement plan is out of this world. It's amazing, isn't it? Is this success? Is this a successful life? Is it? Am I standing here telling you you shouldn't do any of those things? You can do. You should do. Many people do. But is that in and of itself success? But that's what the world told us. And we started doing it without questioning. Krishna is saying you can do it. Have a house. Get married, by all means. But don't think that that in and of itself is success. Because you know what may happen? You may end up getting all of those things. And by 39, you may have it. The second house to let. And then at 41, 42, 43, someone recently told me, he said, 42, you're in the zone. I said, what do you mean? He said, midlife crisis. At a certain time you may think, but did it really satisfy me? Is it success? We have to question, what is success? What is our purpose? What is our meaning in this world? What does Arjuna say to Krishna? Karpanya dosho pahata svabhava prachami tvam dharma shamuda chetaha yachreyashan nishchitam bruhi tanme shishyasteham sadhimam tvam prapannam. Please instruct me. Ask the questions first. Ask the important questions first. This is what we should do. Otherwise, we end up in the rat race of life. I used to go. I lived in Wembley. I used to study at UCL. I used to go on the Jubilee line to Wembley Park. I used to stop off at Finchley Road and I used to get the Met line to Euston Square. And one morning on the Met line to Euston Square, this is what I saw. Honestly, I had a vision. Krishna is teaching us, stop back and really think about your life. Today is the 31st of December. Maybe you can sit back and say, maybe my goals for the next year should be different. because I want to share one last thing with you. And this is very, very important. Please listen carefully. If there's one thing you take away from today, please take this away. Did you know, if someone tells a lie loud enough and long enough, then that lie becomes a so-called truth. If enough people accept that so-called truth, then you know what it becomes? A culture. And if that culture goes from one generation to another, you know what it becomes? A tradition. And then we're born into a tradition where people have told us, if you're not married by this age, if you don't have this kind of job, if you don't look like this, then you're not a success. What is success? That you have to question. That you have to ask. And therefore, right at the beginning, Krishna is very pleased with Arjuna, because Arjuna, none of us can say we're too busy to ask questions, because how busy was Arjuna? He was in the middle of a battlefield, and the battle was about to start, and even he stopped and he said, it doesn't matter how busy life is, I have to step back and question. The world tells you, act first, ask questions later. No. Krishna says, ask the questions first, and then decide where you want to go in life, what are your goals, what are your aspirations, and what your direction really should be. Otherwise, you may end up going nowhere fast. Hare Krishna.
Tritiyodhyaya Karma Yoga. Arjuna Vacha Chayasi Chet Karmanaste Mata Bhuttir Janardena Kim Karmani Gore Mam Niyojesi Keshava Vyamikshena Vakyena Buddhim Moha Svaivame Tadeka Vadanishchitya Yena Shreham Mapnuyan Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Lokesmin Dvividanishta Pura Prokta Mayanaga Jnana Yogena Sankhyanam Karma Yogena Yoginam Na Karmanam Ararambha Naiskarmyam Purushoshnute Na Cha Sanyat Sanadeva Siddhim Samadhi Gacchati Nahi Kaschit Shanamapi Jatyutishchatya Karma Krut Karyate Avasha Karma Sarva Prakriti Jai Gunai Karmendriyani Samyamya Ya Aste Manasasmaran Indriyathan Vimudatma Mitracharas Uchate Yastva Indriyani Manasa Niyamya Rabate Juna Karmendriya Karma Yogam Asakta Sa Vishishyate Niyatam Kuru Karmatvam Karma Jayoya Karmana Sharira Yatra Pichate Na Prasidyeta Karmana Yajnartha Karmano Natra Loko Yam Karma Bandhana Tadartham Karma Kaunteya Mukta Sangha Samachara Saha Yajna Praja Shushva Puro Vacha Prajapati Anena Prashivashtavyam Esha Vostitva Kamaduk Devan Bhavyata Tena Te Deva Bhavayantu Va Parasparam Bhavayanta Shreya Paramavapshata Ishtan Bhogani Vodeva Kasyante Yajna Bhavita Taridantad Apravitpayo Yo Bhukte Stena Evasa Yajna Shishta Shina Santo Mruchante Sarva Kilbishai Punjate Te Tvagam Papa Ye Pachantyatma Karanat Annad Bhavati Bhutani Parjanyo Danna Sambhava Yajnad Bhavati Parjanyo Yajna Karma Samudbhava Karma Brahmo Bhavam Vitti Brahmakshara Samudbhavam Tasmat Sarvagatam Brahma Nityam Yajne Pratishtitam Evam Pavartitam Chakram Nanu Vartayati Yaha Agayu Indriya Mogo Rumogam Partha Sajivati Yastva Atma Rute Evasyat Atma Truptascha Manava Atmani eva cha santushtas tasya karyam na vidyate naiva tasya kriternatho na krite neha kaschana na chasya sarva bhuteshu kaschit artha vipashraya tasmad asakta satatam karyam karma samachara asakto hi acharan karma paramapnauti purvasha कर्मण्येवातिथितिम् आस्थिता जनकादया लोको संग्रहमेवापि सम्प्यस्यन् कर्तुमर्हसि यद्यत् आचरति श्रेष्ठस्तत्तत्तेवोचरो जना स यत्प्रमाण कुरुते लोकस्तदनुवर्तते न मे पार्थार्थि कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चन नानवाप्तमवाप्तव्यं वर्त एव च कर्मणि यदि अहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्मण्यतेन्द्रिता मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वशाम् उत्सीदेयुरिमे लोका न कुर्यं कर्म चेदहं शङ्करस्य च कर्तस्यान् उपहन्नाति मम प्रजा शक्तकं कर्मण्यवांसौ यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद्विद्वां ततः शक्तश्चिकीर्षु लोकसङ्ग्रहम् न बुद्धिं वेद च नियेत अन्यानं कर्मसङ्गिनं जयस्येत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वां युक्तान् समाचरन् प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणैः कर्मणि सर्वशा अहङ्कारं विमूढात्मा कर्ताहम् इति मन्यते तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विभागयो गुणागुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृते गुणसम्मूढा सज्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् कृत्स्नविदो मन्दान् कृत्स्नं विन्न विचालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यासादात्मचेतसा निराशीर्निर्ममो भूत्वा युद्धे स्वविगतज्वरा यमे मतामिदं नित्यम् अनुतिष्ठन्ति मानवा श्रद्धवन्तो अनुसूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मभिः ये त्वरेतरभिसूयन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतं सर्वज्ञानं विमूढास्तान् विद्धि नष्टा चेतसा सदृशं चेतसा स्वस्य प्रकृते ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रह किं करिष्यसि इन्द्रियाणि इन्द्रियार्थ्ये रागद्वेषो विवस्थितो तयोर्न वशमागच्छेत् तो हि अस्य परिपन्थिनो श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वदुष्टिता स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेया परधर्मो भयावहः अर्जुनोवाच अथ केन प्रयुक्तोऽयं पापं चरति पुरुषः अनिच्छन्नपि वाष्णेय फलादिव नियोजिता श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजोगुणसमुद्भवा महाशनो महापाप्मा विद्येनमिह वैरिणं धूमेनाव्रियते वह्निर् यथा दर्शो बलेन च यथोल्बेनावृतोर्गर्भस्तदा तेनेदावृतम् आवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञाननित्यो न वैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पुरेणाननेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिः अस्याधिष्ठनमुच्यते एते ब्रह्मवत्येषा ज्ञानमावृत्य देहिना तस्मात् त्वम् इन्द्रियाणाद्यो नियम्य भरतर्षभ पाप्मानं प्रजहीयेनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि पराणि आहुः इन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनस्तस्तु परा बुद्धे परतस्तु सा एवं बुद्ध्वे परं भूत्वा संस्तभ्यादात्मनात्मना जहि शत्रुमहाबाहो कामरूपं दुरासदम् हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for the harmonium also. It's wonderful. Really adds to the atmosphere. So yes, now we are on chapter number 3. We're progressing on. Krishna is developing the dialogue with Arjun. Arjun's now, he's a good student. He's learning Arjuna has grasped it. Krishna is telling him there's a deeper spiritual goal that you have to aim for. It's not just about this battlefield that you're in, but you're meant to go somewhere later on. There's a Param Gati, a supreme destination. So then Arjuna comes up with another argument to Krishna. He says, if the destination is spiritual, if the goal is spiritual, if the purpose of life is spiritual, then maybe I just need to do away with the material. I wanted to, in the beginning, leave the battlefield because materially it was hopeless for me. But now I think, Krishna, I should leave the battlefield because spiritually I think is unhelpful as well. If you want me to be spiritual, maybe I should just go away to the forest. Because most people in the world think that spiritualists don't own anything. Spiritualists walk away from the world. Spiritualists walk away from matter. Spiritualists walk away from their family, from responsibilities. That's what many people think. But Krishna is now going to teach Arjuna an amazing lesson. It's not that spiritualists don't own anything. It's that spiritualists aren't owned by anything. In other words, they have all the material things, but they don't have attachment, and rather they use it for a higher purpose. This is the lesson of karma yoga. Most people think, to become spiritual, many people think, I can't do it in family life, I need to walk away. This was a recent interview we held for the Bhaktivedanta Mana Brahmacharya Ashram. That was a joke. You can see. If you look closely here, even Pranabandhu Prabhu is in the picture. See if you can spot him. This is a ceremony in Prayag. Many people are taking sannyas. They're leaving everything behind. You know, many people, when they become monks in their tradition, what you have to do to become a monk, monks have shaved heads. They don't have any hair. But when you become a monk in many traditions, what you have to do is you have to pull every single hair by your hand. I didn't join that movement. But some do. Some think you have to leave. You have to walk away from everything. Is it? Is that the case? Can you be spiritual really in this world? What does Krishna say to Arjuna? Na karmana manadambhan neshkarmyam purushoshnute na cha sanyasana deva siddhim samadhigacchati na cha sanyasana deva. Not merely by abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation, nor by sannyas alone can one attain perfection. Krishna is saying to Arjuna, you have to learn the art of how to live in this world, how to be on this battlefield, how to utilize all the things around you for a higher spiritual cause. Imagine someone was walking and they dropped their wallet. One thing someone could do is take the wallet and spend all the money. Would that be good? No. Another person may see someone drop their wallet and they may just walk away and ignore it and not do anything and just leave it. Would that be good? No. A third person may come, pick up the wallet, find its owner and give it back to them. Would that be good? Yes. Yeah. And another person may find the wallet and give it to me. That one's out. This is very interesting. Some people, they look at the world and they try to enjoy it. Like the person who takes the wallet and says, I'm going to use that money for myself. But then there's other people who think, no, I'm just going to look away from the world. I'm going to escape the world. I'm going to leave the world behind. They're like the person who just ignores the wallet. But the best person, what do? They look beyond the world. They pick up that wallet, they give it to the person who it's meant for, and then what do? They get on with their life. This is what a karma yogi does. They don't try to enjoy the world. They don't try to escape from the world, but rather what they do is they engage with the world. And therefore Krishna says to Arjuna, you don't need to walk away. Don't think that by taking sannyas, don't think that this will do it. It's a good weapon. Sannyas alone won't do it. Because what is the real sannyas that Krishna talks about in the Gita? Anashrita karma kalam karyam karma karotiya sa sannyasi cha yogi cha naniragnir na chakriyaha. Who's the real sannyasi? The real sannyasi is the one who has no attachment to the fruits of their activities. And therefore in Karma Yoga chapter, Krishna is saying many people think spiritualists don't own anything. But the real teaching, Arjuna, that I want to give you is that spiritualists aren't owned by anything. They are fathers, they are mothers, but not just fathers and mothers, they are spiritual fathers, spiritual mothers. Arjuna, they are businessmen and businesswomen, but not just businessmen and businesswomen, spiritual businessmen, spiritual businesswomen. In other words, they use everything they have in their life for a spiritual goal, and that is real sannyas. So Krishna is saying, Arjuna, you've got your bow, you're on the chariot, you have a dharma, now fight, and remember me, and do it for a spiritual cause, and in that way, you are the greatest sannyasi. Hare Krishna.
Manu ikshvakave bravit evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo vidu sakalena hamata yoganasta parantapa sa evyam maya tetyam yoga avrukta puratana bhaktosti me sakacheti rahasyam etaduttamam Arjuna vacha aparam bhavato janma param janma vivashyata katham etat vijnahiyam tvamado proktavaniti Shri Bhagavan vacha bahuni me vyatitani janmani tava charjana tanyaham veda sarvani natvam veda parantapa ajopi sana vyatnatma bhutanam ishvaropi san Prakritim swamadishtasya sambhavami atmamayaya yada yada hi dharmasya glanir-bhavati bharata abhyuttanam dharmasya tadatmanam srujamyaham paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya ch dushrutam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tatvata tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mameti sorjuna vitaraga bhaya krodha manmagna mamupashita bhavo jnana tapsa bhuta madbhavamagata ye yatha mam prapadyante tam stateva bhajamyaham mama vartmanu vartante manushya partha sarvasha Kamshita karmanam siddhim yajate iha devata Shipram hi manushe loke siddhi bhavati karmaja Chaturvanyam maya shushtam guna karma vibhagasha Tasya kartaram apimam viddhima kartaram avyayam Namam karmani lippanti name karma phale spruha Iti mam yo vijananti karma bhirna sabhayate Evam nyatva kritam karma पूर्वैः अपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वैः पूर्वतरं कृतं किं कर्मेति कर्मयोऽर्थमोहिता तत्ते कर्म प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वा मोक्षसे शुभात् कर्मणो हि अपि पौतव्यं च विकर्मणा अकर्मणाश्च पौतव्यं गहना कर्मणो गति कर्मण्येवाकर्मय प्रस्येत् कर्मणि च कर्मया सबुद्धिं मा मनुष्येषु स युक्ता कृष्णकर्मकृत् यस्य सर्वे समारम्भा कामसङ्कल्पवर्जिता ज्ञानाग्निदग्धकर्माणि तमहु पण्डितं बुधा त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गं नित्यं तृप्तो निराशया कर्मभिः अभिप्रवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सा निराशीर्यतचित्तात्मा त्यक्त्वा सर्गपरिग्रहः शारीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वं नाप्नोति किल्बिषं यदृच्छयालपसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्वातीतो विमत्सरः समसिद्धित्वसिद्ध्वौ च गुरुत्वापि निबध्यते गतसङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य यज्ञस्थितचेतसा यज्ञाचरता कर्म समाग्रं प्रविलीयते ब्रह्मपालो ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना देवापरे यज्ञं योगिना पर्युपासते ब्रह्माग्नौ अपरे यज्ञं निर्निमेकोपचुयति श्रोतेन्द्रियाणि अन्ये समयति शब्दादीन् विषयानन्ये इन्द्रियेषु जुयति सर्वेन्द्रियाणि कर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयम्य योगग्नो जुयति ज्ञानदीपिते त्रया यज्ञास्तपो योगयज्ञास्तथा परे श्राद्धयज्ञाय यज्ञाश्च यथा संस्थितिवर्तता अपाने जुयति प्राणं प्राणापाने तथा परे प्राणपानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायाम परायणा अपरे नियताहारा प्राणेषु जुह्यति सर्वप्येते यज्ञविदो यज्ञक्षपितकल्मषा यज्ञशिष्टामृता भोजो यान्ति ब्रह्म सनातन नायं लोकस्ति न ज्ञासा कृतो नया कुरु सतम् एवं बाहुविद्धि ज्ञानं विद्याता ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजं विदितान् सर्वान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्षसे श्रेयान्द्रया मया यज्ञं ज्ञान्या यज्ञा परन्तप सर्वं कर्मखिलं पार्थ ज्ञाने परिसमाप्यते तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनास्तत्त्वदर्शना यज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यास्यसि पाण्डव येन भूतानि शेषानि द्रक्ष्यात् अथो मया अपि चेतसि पाप्येत्य सर्वेभ्यः पापकृत्तवा सर्वज्ञानं फलैनैव वृञ्जते सन्तरिष्यसि यथैदं भस्मसात् कुरुते अर्जुन ज्ञानाग्नि सर्वकर्माणि भस्मसात् कुरुतेऽर्थता न हि ज्ञानस्य सदृशं पवित्रम् इह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धा कालेनात्मनि विन्दति शब्दवज्ञानं तत्परा समतेन्द्रिया ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परं शान्तिम् अचिरेणाधिगच्छति अज्ञाचारतनानश्च संशयात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकस्ति नापारो न सुखं संशयात्मना योगसन्न्यासकर्माणं ज्ञानसञ्चिन्न संशयम् आत्मवन्तं न कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मात् अज्ञानसम्भूतं कृतेस्ज्ञानं मनां चित्वन्नं संशयं योगम् आश्रितोत्तिष्ठ भारत हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Wonderful, thank you. You deserve a drink of water. So continuing on, now we're at chapter number 4. And Krishna has been telling many things to Arjun. But in order for Arjun to really be able to follow all of this, Krishna is saying you will need to have transcendental knowledge. So let me tell you something about knowledge. But in this chapter, Krishna reveals something very amazing about knowledge. Here we are today, all of us, maybe many of us in this room and online, hearing this knowledge. Some people think you know through study, you learn through study, you grasp all of this through your own study. But Krishna says something different. Krishna says you don't know the Bhagavad Gita simply through study. You will know this knowledge through sincerity. This is a very, very important lesson to learn in life. You don't learn this knowledge on the level of the intellect. This knowledge is taking place on a much deeper level. Here we have our good friend, Messi. I think we should give a round of applause to Argentina. They did good, huh? Unexpected. Yes, Messi, the man of the moment. Good with his feet, very good with his head, isn't it? Here we also have one of our ladies in India, also good with the head. We say, on the left is Messi, on the right is Masi. They're both good with the head. And then we have a master, a masters. Here you have Messi, Masi, and the master. They're all good with their head. But this knowledge is not understood on the level of the head. Krishna says you can't understand this knowledge by study. You understand this knowledge by sincerity. Sa evaya maya tedya yoga prokta puratana bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam. Who can understand this knowledge? Is it one who has a very high intellectual capacity? Not enough. Bhakto asime sakacheti. You have to serve. You have to be sincere. You have to prepare the ecology of your own heart to allow this knowledge to come about. You can study and study and study so many things, but it doesn't mean you can be wise, isn't it? You can have a BSc, an MSc, a PhD, and still be MAD. I got BSc. Krishna allowed me. I got BSc from UCL, Information Management. Many years before I had the BSc, I already had MAD. That one I had from early lifetime. It was a good qualification. Once one devotee told me, you don't have to be mad to join the Hare Krishna movement, but it helps. You can have all this knowledge, and it doesn't mean you become wise. One person came to Srila Prabhupada, he said, I can recite the Gita in 45 minutes. Prabhupada said, but can you live it? Can you live it in 45 minutes? We're not reading here to get through the book. We're reading for the book to get through to us. But for the book to get through to us, our heart has to be ready. And therefore there is a science of spiritual wisdom. If you want to understand Shastra, if you want to understand Krishna's teachings, then for sure, Svadhyay, you have to study. But it's not enough. Along with Svadhyay, you have to have Sangha. Why are we all here discussing together? Why do we have courses at Bhaktivedanta Manor where you can come? Now we will have a Gita course. Everyone should join. Why? Because you can't learn knowledge just by reading a book. You learn knowledge in Sangha. But not just that. You have to do sadhana. You have to practice what Krishna is teaching you. You have to apply it in your life. You have to take the recipe and then go into the kitchen and cook it. But not just that. You have to render service. The manor is an amazing place because how many opportunities we have for service, unlimited opportunities. If you do these 4 things together, then the knowledge of the Gita will go into the deepest space in your heart, because Krishna is teaching Arjuna in the 4th chapter, you're not going to grasp this knowledge simply by studying. There is a whole science. You understand this knowledge through sincerity. Hare Krishna.
Panchamodhyaya Arjuna Vacha Sanyasam Karmanam Krishna Punya Yogam Shasamshasi Yachreya Etayorekam Tanme Bruhi Sunishchitam Shri Bhagavan Vacha Sanyasa Karma Yogascha Nishreyasya Karaubho Tayostu Karma Sanyasat Karma Yogo Vishishyate Jnana Sainitya Sanyasi Yona Tveshti Na Kankshati Nirdvandvo Hi Mahabaho Sukham Bandhat Pramuchyate Sankhya Yoga Pritakpala Pravadanti Na Pandita Ekamapi Astita Samyak Ubayor Vindate Phalam Yat Sankhya Pratayat Sthanam Tad Yogerapi Gamyate Ekham Sankyam Cha Yogam Cha Ya Pashyati Sa Pashyati Sanyasastu Mahabaho Dukkham Aptum Yogata Yoga Yukto Mune Brahma Nachirena Gacchati Yoga Yukto Vishuddhatma Vajita Mam Jitendriya Sarva Bhutatma Bhutatma Kurvanam Api Lipyate Naiva Kinchit Karomiti Yukto Manyeta Tattvavid Spashan Shunvan Spashan Jigran Ashnan Gachan Swapan Swasan Pralapan Vrishujan Krunan Unmisham Nimishanapi Indriyan Indirartheshu Vartata Iti Darayan Brahmanadhyata Karmani Sangam Tyaktva Karotiya Lipyatena Sapapena Padma Patram Ivam Vasha Kayena Manasa Bhutya Kaivalevindriyarapi Yogina Karma Kurvanti Sangam Tyaktvatma Suddhayed Yukta Karma Phalam Sangatva Shanti Mapnoti Naitikam Ayukta Kamakarena Phalam Sakto Nibatyate Sarva Karmani Manasa Sanyasatme Sukham Vishi Naiva Dvehe Pure Dehi Naiva Kurvanna Karayan Na Krutvam Na Karmani Lokasya Sujati Prabho Na Karma Phala Samyogam Sambhavastu Pravartate Nandate Kasya Chit Papam Na Chaivam Srukutam Vibhu Ajnanena Vratam Jnanam Tena Muyanti Jantava Jnanena Tu Tad Jnanam Yesham Nastirtvi Atmana Tesham Adishavat Jnanam Prakashayati Tatparam Tad Buddhisya Tatatmatman Tad Nishta Tatparayana Tad Gachantiya Punaravrittim Jnana Nirdhuta Kalmasha Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Ramane Gavihastini Suni Chaiva Chapakecha Pandita Samadarshana Ihe Vite Chitar Sargo Yesham Samyestinatmana Nirdosham Hi Samam Brahma Tasmat Brahmanite Stita Na Priya Sheta Priyam Prapya No Dvichet Prapya Cha Priyam Stira Buddhira Sammuro Brahma Vid Brahmana Stita Payas Shekta Asaktatma Vidyan Atmani Yat Sukham Sabrahma Yoga Yuktatma Sukham Akshayam Ashnute Yahi Samprasya Cha Bhogo Dukkham Yo Yani Evate Adityantavantu Kaunteya Nateshu Ramate Pudha Shaknoti Yaiva Hasodum Praksharira Vimokshanat Kama Krodha Bhavam Vegam Sayuktana Sukhinara Yontara Sukantramas ततान्तर्ज्योतिरेवया स योगी ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ब्रह्मभूताधिगच्छति लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं रक्षशिनकल्मषा छिन्नद्वैतयथात्माना सर्वभूतहिते रता कामक्रोधविमुक्तानां यतीनां यतचेतसाम् अभितो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं वर्तते विदितात्मा स्पर्शान् कृत्वा बहिर्बाह्यां चक्षुश्चैवन्तरे भवको प्राणपानो समकृत्वा न सभ्यन्तरचारिणो यतेन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिर्मुनिमोक्षपरायणा विगच्छे च पया क्रोधो यः सन्मुक्त एव सा भोक्तारं यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिरिच्छति हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Wonderful, thank you. How's everyone doing? You okay? Are you okay? Yeah, you're okay. Okay, good. Don't worry, in a couple of chapters we're going to have a little break, because you always need a break. But we've got a couple of more chapters to discuss. So, Krishna has now told Arjuna about transcendental knowledge. Are you seeing the amazing teachings? Isn't it amazing what Krishna teaches Arjuna in the Gita? So relevant, so powerful, so timeless. Now in chapter 5, Krishna will teach Arjuna another thing. Arjuna is hearing, Krishna is telling him stay in the world, but it's full of pressure. Put your hands up if sometimes you feel stress. Yeah? I see someone just put their hand up and looked at their partner. I don't know whether that meant they were the stressful element or, it's always a rocky ride sometimes, it's a stressful world, so much pressure, so much expectation. It's not easy to live in this world. You may say, it's all right for you, Swami. You're standing on the stage telling us we should stay in the world. But then after all of this, you'll go to your ashram and we have to go to Kurukshetra. But Krishna tells Arjuna something amazing. Most people think in the world you have to be the best of the best. When I was a kid, there was a boxing movie, it was called Best of the Best. Because we think we have to be the best, life becomes very stressful. But what does Krishna say to Arjuna? You don't have to be the best. You just have to try your best. This is one of the most simple teachings that Krishna gives to Arjuna in the Gita. But if you understand this, and if you deeply live this, just watch how you won't walk through this world, you will float through this world. I'm going to play a game with you guys, okay? I'm going to show you a grid. The first word you see, I just want you to shout it. You don't think. Otherwise, in the rest of this talk, we're saying think. But in this one, don't think. Okay? As soon as I show you this grid, I just want you to shout loud. Will you do it? Will you really do it? Okay. Okay? 3, 2, I better stand out of the way. I want to see it. Okay, go! Okay? Okay, stop now, stop. Okay, I heard many. There was definitely one enthusiastic person there who was like, entrepreneur. Okay, great. We got an entrepreneur there, definitely. Anyone else? What was your one?
Porter.
Too embarrassed. Psychologist, yogi, psychologist.
Porter.
Porter. Writer. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Apparently that's your career. When I did this, you know why I found it very interesting? I'll be totally honest with you. When I looked at this grid, you know where my eyes went? Here. Zookeeper. And then I was looking in my life, I thought, I joined the Brahmacharya ashram, and then the first service I had was to look over all the brahmacharis. I thought, well, maybe. I mean, they're not animals, but it's a bit of a jungle up there sometimes, you know? Interesting, isn't it? Actually, Krishna says, each of us have a dharma. You see, people think dharma means religion. That's one interpretation. But dharma actually means your purpose, what you're wired for, what unique contribution you have to make in the world. And do you know what? Everyone's dharma is not the same. Someone is meant to be an entrepreneur. Someone is meant to be a psychologist. Someone is meant to be a porter. And someone may be a zookeeper as well. It's okay. Everyone has their own dharma. And all we have to do is follow our own dharma. But the problem is we don't follow our dharma. This is a line here. If I want to increase the size of this line without extending it, how do I do it? I'll draw a smaller line next to it. And then it will feel like it's bigger. This is what we do in our life. Because what are we constantly doing? Comparing with others, competing with others, and then criticizing also others. To make ourselves feel better, to make ourselves feel bigger, to feel ourselves more valued. But Krishna says you don't need to do any of those things. Everyone has their own dharma. Everyone has their own purpose. So Krishna says, Kayena manasa buddhya kevaler indriyerapi yogina karma kurvanti sangham tyaktva atmasuddhaye. Just abandon your attachment, act with body, mind and intelligence only for the purpose of purification. In other words, Krishna is saying, do your duty, do your dharma, do what you're wired for. We each come into this world with karma, certain reactions from previous life, which means we're all of a different personality. And therefore, because we're all of a different personality, we all have a different dharma. So Krishna says, once you know your dharma, just do your karma in this life according to your dharma. And if you do that without attachment, then Krishna is in control of the results. But if you act according to your dharma, trying your best, then your life will be successful. And therefore, Krishna says in the world, people put so much pressure on themselves to be the best. But you only have to try your best and dedicate it to Krishna. And then Krishna will take care of the rest. Hare Krishna.
Shri Bhagavan Vacha Anashita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karotiya Sasavyasi Cha Yogi Cha Naniragnir Na Chakriya Yam Sanyasamiti Brahor Yogam Tam Vidipannava Nahi Sanyasta Sankalpo Yogi Bhavati Kashchana Arukshor Mane Yogam Karma Karanam Uchyate Yoga Ruddhasya Tasyaiva Shama Karanam Uchyate Yata Hinendriyadeshu Na Karma Svanushanchate Sarva Sankalpa Sanyasi Yoga Ruddhasta Tuchyate उत्तरेदात्मनात्मानं नात्मानम् अवसादयेत् आत्मैवायात्मनो बन्धुर् आत्मैव रिपुरात्मना बन्धुरात्मात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवात्मना जिता अनात्मनस्तस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवत् जितात्मना प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहिता शीतोष्णा सुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः ज्ञानविज्ञानतृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रिया युक्त इत्युच्यते योगी समालोष्टाश्मकाञ्चना सुन्मृतादियोदशीना मध्यस्था द्वेषबान्धुषु साधुष्वपवेषु समाबुद्धिर्विशिष्यते योगी युञ्जित सततम् आत्मनां रसैस्तथा एकाकी यतचित्तात्मा निराशेरपरिग्रहात् शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमासनमात्मना नात्युच्छ्रितं नितनीचं चलाजेन चोतरं तत्रैकाग्रं मना कृत्वा यथा चित्तेन्द्रिया क्रिया उपविश्यासने युञ्जत् योगमातां शुद्धये समं काशीश्रुग्रीवं धार्यनं न चलं स्थिरा सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्वं दिशाश्चानवलोकयन् प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभिः ब्रह्मचारी व्रते स्थिता मनः संयम्य दृढचित्तो युक्ता ससीतमत्परा युञ्जनेवं सदात्मानं योगी नियतमानसा शान्तिं निर्वाणपरमां मत्संस्थामधिगच्छति नात्यश्नतस्तु योगोऽस्ति न च कान्तमनाश्नता न चाति शीलास्य जाग्रतो नैव चार्जुन युक्तहारविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः यदा विनियतं चित्तम् आत्मनि एव प्रतिष्ठित निष्प्रः सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्त इति उच्यते तदा यथा दीपो निवातस्थो नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यथा चित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मना यत्र परमते चित्तं निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन्नात्मनि तुष्यति सुखमात्यन्तिकं यत्तत् बुद्धिग्राह्यमतीन्द्रियम् एति यत्र चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तत्त्वतः यं लब्ध्वा च परं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं तथा यस्मिन् स्थितो दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते तं विद्यात् दुःखसंयोगा वियोगं योगसंज्ञितं सा निश्चयेन योक्तव्यो योगो निर्वेण चेतसा संकल्पा प्रभवान् कामान् त्यक्त्वा सर्वान् शेषता मानसेवेन्द्रियाग्रामं विनियम्य समन्तता शनैः शनैरुपारम्ये बुद्ध्या धृति गृहीयता आत्मसंस्थामना कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तयेत् यतो यतो निश्चलति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम्येत आत्मनि एव उपसंनयेत् प्रशान्तं मनसं येनं योगिनां सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतं अकल्मषम् युञ्जनेवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्मसंस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमाश्नुते सर्वभूतसमात्मात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजति एकत्वं तस्थितः सर्वत्र मानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते Atmapamyena sarvatra samam pashyati Arjuna. Sukham vayati va dukkham sayogi paramamata. Arjuna cha yoyam yogasthaya prokta samyena visudana. Etasyaham na pashyami chanchalatvad sthitham stiram. Sanchalam hi mana Krishna pramati balavatrudam. Tasyaham nigraham manye vayuriva sadushkaram. Shri Bhagavan vacha asamshayam mahabaho manotur nigraham chalam. Abhyasena tu kaunteya vairagyena nukriyate. Asamyatam brahmadyogo dushprapati mamata. Vashyatmana tu mayatata shakyo vaptum upayata. Arjuna vacha ayati shatayopeto yogat chalitam manasa. Aprapya yoga samsiddhim kamgatim Krishna gacchati. Kachinno vayo vibrashtash chinna brahmiva nashyati. Apratishto mahabaho vimuro brahmanapati. Itan me samshayam Krishna chetum arhasya sheshata. Tvadanya samshaya sasya chetana hi upapadyate. Shri Bhagavan uvacha pathane veha mamutra vinashastasya udyate. Nahi kalyana krit kaschit durgatim tata gacchati. Prapa punya kritam lokan ushitva shashvita sama. Shuchinam smirnatam gehe yoga prashto bhijayate. Athava yoginam eva kule bhavati dhimatam. Etadhi durlabhataram loke janma mritisham. Tatratam buddhi samyogam labate parvadehikam. Yatate chevato bhuya samsiddhau kurunandana. Purvabhyasena teneva riyate vipshopiha. Jigyasurapi yogasya shabda brahmati vartate. Prayatnadhyatnastastu yogi samshuddha kilvisha. Aneka janma samsiddhas tato yati param gatim. Tapasvipyo yogi jnanipyopi matodhika. Karmibhyaschattiko yogi tasmad yogi bhavarjuna. Yoginamapi sarvesham madgyatenantaratmana. Shraddhavan bhajate yomam samayukto tamo mata. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Wonderful, thank you so much. This is Ishita, and she's 17 years old. That's amazing, isn't it? Wonderful. One of our youngest reciters. This is what we call succession planning. I think this is definitely your dharma. Thank you so much, that was wonderful. 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Okay, you're going to get a break after this, and we need a break. Isn't it? Sometimes we need a break. What do you think, Ayodhya? Sometimes. You need a break. Because the mind, actually most of the time you need a break not because physically you're tired, but because the mind needs a break. Have you noticed? Most of the time also you don't need to eat because your physical body needs it. But you need to eat because the mind. Have you noticed when you're in a management meeting, when there's a very difficult decision and the tension is rising, there's some conflict, then everyone looks for the snacks, Everyone starts eating something, Look at the mind. So Arjun, he's telling Krishna, it's all very good and well what you're telling me, but I have a mind. And this mind is like a monkey. This mind is very, very difficult to control. Once I was driving and there was a sign that said, do not disturb, already disturbed. Mind is disturbed. One devotee came to me, he said, when I meditate, my mind is like a horror movie. What thoughts go through the mind is crazy. The mind is mad. And therefore, Krishna addresses the point of the mind. It's amazing. 5,000 years ago, Krishna spends practically a whole chapter talking about something that's the biggest talking point of modern medicine. How to deal with this mind. Most of the world is simply training their body. Make the body healthy. Make the body strong. Make the body attractive. Go along the high street and look at all of the shops. They're all to do with the body. Clothing the body. Feeding the body. Decorating the body. The body shop. Krishna says, beautiful body, but what about beautiful mind? You see, you have a phone. Some of you have phones in your hand. Your phone battery could be basically knackered. They could be ripped. The screen could be broken, but you still carry it and use it. But the moment the operating system malfunctions, that's the end. We pay so much attention to the physical aspects of life, but who pays attention to the subtle aspects of their own mind? How many of you have a gym membership? No one will put their hand up. Everyone goes. All the devotees, they say, no, I don't have a gym membership. And then they all meet each other at the gym. Don't tell anyone else, yeah? So many gym memberships, but who is coming to the mind gym? We have a mind gym. You want to come? Bhaktivedanta Mana, 4:30 a.m. every single morning. And you get breakfast at 8:30. Mental health is such a big problem. Look at some of these statistics. This is so worrying. And it's not just something we're looking at on a screen. Each one of us are experiencing it in our life. Each one of us, there are some days when we wake up when we just feel like, I'm not inspired about life. Some days we wake up and we don't know what it is, but we just feel down. Some days we feel like our mind is too much. Look at this. Anxiety disorders are the most common. 25% of children have anxiety disorders, eating disorders, depressive disorders. Suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the USA, and this is the most worrying. 56% of people who have these problems with the mind don't have any treatment, either because they don't want to accept the treatment, they can't afford the treatment, or they don't even know what the treatment is. How do we train the mind? Arjuna says to Krishna, Vayur iva sudushkaram. Krishna, I think to control my mind is more difficult than to control the wind. So what does Krishna say to Arjuna? Ashamshayam mahabaho manodur nigraham chalam abhyasena tu konteya vairagyena chagriyate. Arjuna, you can definitely control the mind. It's possible by practice and by detachment. So if you're sitting here and you're going through some of those problems, maybe you haven't told anyone about it, maybe you've not taken any treatment for it, maybe you're going through it silently, don't worry. The Gita is there to help you, and Krishna's devotees are there to help you. There is a way to change your mind and the way it functions. But it takes practice and detachment. Today I want you to think of your mind like an internet browser. It could be Edge, it could be Google, Chrome, it could be Firefox, it could be Internet Explorer, whichever one. Think of your mind as a browser. Every browser has a home page, isn't it? Every browser has its favorites, isn't it? Every browser has a history. Every browser has an autocomplete so that when you type www.k, hopefully krishnatemple.com comes up. Isn't it? Your mind is like a browser. Your mind has a home page, a place it keeps going back to. And sometimes that's not a good home page. I'm rubbish, I'm unworthy, I'm not as good as others, I'm a failure. Your mind has browsers, favorites, things that always stimulate it. Your mind has a history, impressions, traumas from the past. And your mind also has an autocomplete, so that when something comes, it triggers something else. But just like you can reconfigure this browser, can you reconfigure a browser? Can you? Of course you can. You can change the home page. You can change the favorites. You can delete the history. You can also change the way your mind functions. But Krishna says, Abhyasena tukonteya vairagena chakriyate. It takes practice, detachment, patience. And you know what? Even when you reconfigure your browser, there's always the chance that there'll be pop-ups. So sometimes things will still come to your mind. And you think, why is that coming to my mind? I thought I changed. I thought I was one of the good guys. It's okay. Just ignore it. And in this way, Krishna begins to teach Arjuna how to train his mind. Because unless you learn how to train your mind, you can never live in this world, you can never be successful materially, and ultimately you can never attain spiritual success. Mind control must be there. And therefore, Krishna teaches this very important lesson to Arjuna. 99.9% of the people in the world are training the body. They're going to the physical gym. But no one's taking seriously to train their mind, to go to the mind gym. But if you do this, then your life will go in a beautiful direction. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. You can do better than that, devotees. Please, can we have big congratulations to Keshava Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Before we go on to our break, can we also just thank Bharti Ben. Take a round of applause, and her young assistant, Ishita, for reciting very nicely. They're still here for the next chapter, so we will get their association. Before we all go, just a couple of announcements. We'd like to thank you all for very generously contributing towards Srila Prabhupada's book marathon by sponsoring Gitas. We've had 255 families that have come forward to contribute. So can we please have a round of applause for that? 255 families, and we've done 2,100 books. Haribol! So many of these books you can see here. Some have already left for their various locations. When you go out, at the desk, at the registration desk, if you've not already been told, you should have been given a number. Your books are probably here. They've got number, they've got the dedication that you've left. So you can either leave them here for further distribution, or you please today take them and give them to friends, family, as a gift for the new year. Now, we want to make this mountain a bit bigger. That's always, devotees never satisfied. And we want to go to at least 2,500 books. 2,500 books. We're already almost there. 400 books to go. So if you would like, then you can also do that at the desk. On the other side, we have a desk for our education wing, our School of Bhakti. Any of you here for the first time? Gita Jayanti, first time? Oh, quite a few. Any of you hearing Keshava Maharaj for the first time? Oh my God, where have you been? So if you'd like to have a further preview into the spiritual mind of Keshava Swami, at the desk there we have some of the books that he has written, ranging on topics from the Bhagavad Gita to Chaitanya Charitamrita. So please do come and visit that table. If you remember, he was speaking about his friend Jankinath, the last 5 years of Jankinath through his life, and the impact it had on Keshav Maharaj. Maharaj has put together the story of the smiling monk. So that's definitely something you can also go and check out. Otherwise, please have refreshments, visit the washrooms. Remember where you're sitting. We want you all to please be back. It's 11:08. Can we request you to please be back by 20 past? So please have a good stretch, and we'll look to have you back here. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna! So the good news is that the first 6 chapters is the longest 1/3 of the Bhagavad Gita. The next is less, and the third is even smaller. So we're making good progress, and according to the schedule, we're only 5 minutes off. So that's not too bad. We thought we would be an hour off, but we're doing very well thanks to the recitations. Everything is happening. The priests are on our behalf offering ahutis after every verse. So this is a Gita Jayanti Mahayagya as well. A yagya is an ancient method of worship of the Supreme Lord. It is not the one for this age of Kali. But nonetheless, we perform this to please the Lord and get the blessings of the Bhagavad Gita. 700 verses, each of which represents transcendental knowledge. So can we please fold our hands and we'll chant the holy name once, nice and clear, nice and loud, and we'll hand over back to our Ishita who will lead us through chapter number 7. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna.
Shri Bhagavan Vacha Maya Sakta Manapartha Yogam Yunjan Madashraya Asamshayam Samagramam Yatha Gyasasi Tachanu Jnanam Teham Savijnanam Idam Vakshami Sheshata Yagyatva Neha Bhuyonyach Gyatayavyam Vishashyate Manushyanam Sahasreshu Kashchid Yatati Siddhaye Yatatamapi Siddhanam Kashchin Mam Vriti Tattvata Bhumirapo Nalo Vayu Khamano Buddhirevacha Ahankara iti yamme Vina Prakrita Ishtata Apareyamitastvanyam Prakritim Viti Me Param Jiva Bhuta Mahabaho Yayitam Dharyate Jagat Etat Yoni Bhutani Sarvani Upadharya Aham Kritsnasya Jagata Prabhava Pralayasthatha Mata Parataram Nanyat Kinchedasti Dhananjaya Mai Sarvamidam Protam Sutre Maniganaiva Rasoham Apsukonteya Prabhasmi Shashi Suryayo Pranava Sarva Vedeshu Shabdakhe Parusham Rishu Punyo Gandha Prithvivyam Ja Tejas Chashmi Vibhavaso Jivanam Sarva Bhuteshu Tapas Chashmi Tapasvishu Bijam Mam Sarva Bhutanam Vidhi Partha Sanatanam Buddhir Buddhimatam Asmi Tejas Tejasvinamaham Balam Balavatam Chaham Kamaraga Vivarjitam Dharma Viruddha Bhuteshu Kamusmi Bharatarshava Ye Jeva Satvika Bhava Rajasastammasashraye Mata eva titanvedi Natvaham teshu te mayin Tribhurgunamaye bhave Ebi sarvamidam jagat Mohitam nabhijanati Mamepya paramavayam Teipi yesha gunamayi Mamaya duratyayaya Mameva ye prapadyante Maya metam taranti te Namam dushkriti no mutta Prapadyante naradhama Maya parita jnana Asuram vyavaprashita Chaturvida bhajante mam Janasu kitino jana Artho jigya suratharthi Jnani cha bharatarshava Tesam Jnani Nityayukta Eka Bhaktir Vishishyate Priyo Hi Jnanino Tyartham Aham Sajana Prapriya Uttara Sarva Evete Jnani Tvatmaiva Me Matam Astita Sahi Yuktatma Mamivanutamam Gatim Bahunam Janmanamante Jnanavan Mam Prapadyate Vasudeva Sarvamiti Samahatma Sudurlabha Kamesteste Vitajana Prapadyante Nyadevata Tam Tam Niyamamastasya Prakritya Niyata Svaya Yo Yo Yam Yam Tanum Bhakta Shraddhaya Chitamicchati Tasya Tasya Chalam Shraddham Tameva Vidadham Yaham Sataya Shraddhaya Yuktas Tasya Radhanamihate Labhate Cha Tatha Kaman Mayeva Vihitan Hitam Antavattu Phalam Tesham Tadbhavati Alpamedasam Devan Deva Yajoyanti Madbhakta Yanti Mamapi Avyaktam Vyaktimapanam Manyante Mama Puttaya Param Bhavam Jananto Mama Vyayam Naham Prakasya Charvasya Yoga Maya Samavrita Muro Yam Navijanati Loko Mama Jamavyayam Vedaham Samatitani Vartamanani Charjuna Bhavishyani Cha Bhutani Mam Tu Vedan Kashchana Ichha Dvesha Samuthena Dvandva Mohena Bharata Sarva Bhutani Sammoham Sarge Yanti Parantava Yesham Tvantargatam Papam Jananam Punya Karmanam Te Dvandva Mohanim Mukta Bhajante Mam Hridavata Jara Marana Mokshaya Mama Shitta Nutantiye Te Brahma Tadvidu Kritsnam Adharvantamachakilam Sadi Bhutadi Devam Mam Sadi Yagyam Niryevadu Prayane Kalaya Bijamam Te Vidu Yukta Chetasam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Flick it for me. Wonderful. So now we're in the second section of the Bhagavad Gita. Are you excited? Yes. Okay, great. If you remember in the beginning of the session, we had a circle and we said the Gita is how many years old, approximately? 5,000. And then we said how many verses in the Gita? And how many chapters? And how many topics? And how many yoga processes? And what was the purpose? Which was to? Oh my God, the most important thing you forgot. You got everything right. It's like you guys got every single thing right, and then you missed the last most important thing. Think. Akal. Three yoga processes of the Bhagavad Gita. We're just waiting for the clicker because I've lost it. Okay, they'll do it for me. Okay. Shall I tell you the most simple way to know the Gita? Live, love, and let go. The first 6 chapters are all about karma yoga, how to live. The second 6 chapters from 7 to 12 are all about bhakti yoga, how to love. And the final 6 chapters of Bhagavad Gita are all about jnana yoga, knowledge, how to let go. Most people in this world don't know how to live properly. Even less people in this world know how to let go of things. And hardly anyone in this world knows how to really love. So these middle 6 chapters of the Gita are all about love, all about bhakti, all about devotion. Because ultimately this is what everyone is looking for. All the songs are about love, isn't it? All the Bollywood, all the Hollywood, everyone is singing about love. And last Christmas, I gave you my heart. And the very next day, all frustrated love. Because people don't know how to love. So Krishna says to Arjuna, I'll teach you how to love. But the most amazing thing is, Krishna is teaching Arjuna how to love in these 6 chapters, and he begins by talking about knowledge. If you want to give your heart to Krishna, it's not that the head is not important. First we have to get something. So here, most people in the world say, I have to see God to believe in God. Isn't it? Have you ever met someone who says that? Where's God? I can't see Him. Show me God and I'll believe in God. But Krishna says something completely different. Krishna says, while the world says see to believe, what I want to teach you, Arjuna, is hear to see. If you hear about Krishna, then you'll see Krishna. And once you see Krishna, naturally you will believe in Krishna. But if you don't begin by hearing about Krishna, you'll never see Krishna. And if you don't see, how you will love Krishna? So, I want to ask you a question. Yes. See all these people here? These wonderful people? I want to ask you a question. Is Alan Costello in this grid? Yeah? Is Alan Costello in this grid? I got a lot of confused faces here. Think! Yes? No? No idea? No idea? Why no idea? Who is Alan Costello? If first I need to know who is Alan Costello, and then I can tell you. Unless you know someone, how can you identify whether they're there or not? If someone says, I need to see God to believe in God, they've made the first biggest problem. They don't know who Alan Costello is, and they're saying he is either there or he's not there. First you have to know. And how do you know? By hearing. Therefore Krishna says, Maya Shakta Manapartha Yogam Yunjan Madashraya Ashamshayam Samagramam Yatha Sasi Tachranu. First you have to hear. If you hear about Krishna, then maybe you will be able to see Krishna. Maybe, just maybe, Krishna is involved every single day in your life. Maybe Krishna is arranging things at every single moment. Maybe Krishna is closer than you think. But you may not be able to see Him if you don't know who Krishna is. If you don't know what He looks like. If you don't know what He likes. If you don't know how He acts in the lives of His devotees. Therefore, the first key to loving Krishna is you have to hear about Krishna. Yes. Sometimes people say that your philosophy is full of holes. See? Holes. It's not scientific, you guys. You just have some faith in Krishna. It's full of holes. I'm a scientist. BSc. MSc. PhD. You know what the rest is. Full of holes, you guys. But what we tell them, there's no holes. There's no holes. There's no holes in this philosophy. This is the most scientific spirituality you can ever experience. It begins if you hear. If you hear about Krishna, you have to hear. You have to give your ears to hear about Krishna. And then, when you hear the philosophy of Krishna, then you will begin to observe it in your life. You will say, this is true. Every single thing that Krishna is talking about here, when I look at the world, is true. And then when you get that faith that is true, you will begin living by Krishna's words. First you hear Krishna's words, then you observe Krishna's words, then you live Krishna's words, and then what happens is you experience Krishna. And when you experience Krishna, then you know what you naturally want to do. You want to share Krishna with others. There's no holes. This is a science. This is not about faith. Krishna consciousness is not about making you believe in Krishna. Krishna consciousness is a process by which you can dynamically perceive the presence of Krishna at every step in your life. But it all begins with hearing. But in this day and age, people are not good at hearing. One time someone said to me, it was a wonderful class you gave. Brilliant class. I said, wow, what did you like about it? He said, you ended on time. I said, really? I'll bear that in mind for the next talk. Some people think you have to see God to believe in God. But Krishna says, hear about God, and then you'll see Him. And once you see Him, you won't need anyone to convince you Krishna exists, because you would have seen Him in your own life. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So we have a star performance here for chapter number 8. This is Govinda Prabhu, who's recently joined us, and he's from Nepal. So actually, if you know Narayan, this is the nephew of Narayan. A bit taller, but just as good. Thank you. So we'll recite chapter number 8.
अठस्तमो अध्यायः अर्जुन उवाच किं तद्ब्रह्म किमध्यात्मं किं कर्म पुरुषोत्तमम् अधिभूतं च किं प्रोक्तम् अधिदैवं किमुच्यते अधियज्ञ कथं कोत्र देहेऽस्मिन् मधुसूदन प्रयाणकाले च कथं ज्ञेयसि नित्यतात्मभिः श्रीभगवानुवाच अक्षर ब्रह्म परमं स्वभावोऽध्यात्ममुच्यते भूतभावो भवकरो विसर्ग कर्म संजिता अधिभूतं क्षरो भाव पुरुष चादिदैवताम् अधियज्ञहमेवात्र देहे देहभृताम्बर अन्तकाले च मामेव स्मरन् मुक्त्वा कलेवरं य प्रयाति समद्भावं याति नास्त्यत्र संशयम् यं यं वापि स्मरन् भावं त्यजत्यन्ते कलेवरं तं तमेवैति कौन्तेय सदा तद्भावभाविता तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु मामनुस्मरयुध्य च मय्यार्पिता मनो बुद्धिर्मामे वैश्यस्य संशयम् अभ्यासयोगयुक्तेन चेतसा नान्यगामिना परमं पुरुषं दिव्यं याति पार्थानुचिन्तयन् कविं पुराणं मनसा सितार मरोरणीयं समनुस्मरेद्य सर्वस्य धातारमचिन्त्य रूपम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसा परस्तात् प्रयाणकाले मनसा चलेन भक्त्या युक्तो योगबलेन चैव भ्रूमोर्मध्ये प्राणमवेश्य सम्यक् सतं परं पुरुषमुपैति दिव्यम् यदक्षरं वेदविदो वदन्ति विशन्ति यद्यत्रयो विराग यदक्षन्तु ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तते पदं संग्रहेण प्रवक्ष्ये सर्वद्वाराणि संयम्य मनोरेद्धि निरुध्य च मूर्ध्याधायात्मना प्राण अस्थितो योगधारणम् ॐ अत्तिकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहारमामुनस्मरं या प्रयाति त्यज देहं स याति परमं गतिम् अन्येन चेत सततं यो मां स्मरति नित्यश तस्याहं सुलभ पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिना मामुपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखालयम् अशाश्वतम् नाप्नुवन्ति महात्मानः संसिद्धिं परमं गता आब्रह्मा भुवना लोका पुनरावर्तिनोऽर्जुन मामुपेत्य तु कौन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तं महर्य ब्रह्मणो विदु रात्रिं युगसहस्रान्तं तेहोरात्रविदो जना अव्यक्ताद्व्यक्तसर्व प्रभवन्त्यहरागमे रात्र्यागमे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैव्यक्तेन संज्ञके भूतग्रामस एवायं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रागात् पार्थ प्रभवन्त्यहरागमे परस्तस्मात् भावन्यो अव्यक्तसनातन यश सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यतेषु न विश्यति अव्यक्ताक्षर इत्युक्तस्तमाहो परमं गतिं यं प्राप्य न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम पुरुषः स परपार्थ भक्त्या लभ्यस्त्वनया यस्यन्तस्थानि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं ततं यत्र काले त्वया वृत्तिं मा वित्रिं चैव योगिना प्रयातयान्ति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ अग्निज्योतिरः शुक्ल सन्मासा उत्तरायण तत्र प्रयात गच्छन्ति ब्रह्मविदो जना धूमो रात्रस्तथा कृष्ण सन्मासा दक्षिणायनं यत्र चान्द्रमसं ज्योतिर्योगप्राप्य निवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णे गतिर्यते जगते शाश्वते मते एकया अव्यक्त वर्तते पुनः नैते श्रुति पार्थ जानन् योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु सर्वेषु तपस्सु चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यफलं प्रदिष्टम् अत्येति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्वानुपैति चाद्यम् हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Govinda is such a saintly soul. We are really fortunate at the manor to have him. He's been serving here for the past months and his service is much appreciated. So please give him another round of applause. Wonderful devotee. Thank you so much. Yes. There is an elephant in the room. You understand? You understand the expression, elephant in the room? It's an English expression. One time I said in a meeting, there's an elephant in the room. And someone got really offended. He said, you calling me an elephant? I said, no, elephant in the room means there's a difficult issue. There's a difficult topic. There's a difficult subject that we have to discuss. That everyone knows about but nobody talks about. You want to know what the elephant in the room is? When Krishna is on the chariot with Arjuna, there's an elephant in the room. And Krishna starts talking about it. And you know what that elephant is? Death. Death. The one sure thing in life is that we're going to die. Whether you're the king, the queen, the pawn, at the end of the game, everyone ends up in the box. That's the reality of life. So in the world they tell you, live before you die. You have a limited time. Time is ticking. Live before you die. Swim with the dolphins. Travel the world. learn a language, fulfill all your dreams, because time is ticking. But what does Krishna say? Krishna says more important than living before you die is to die before you die. Really? Let me explain. But first, let me show you how prevalent death is. Okay, that didn't work. Is there a video there? It died. The computer died. Did it work? It's not. Is it going to work or it's not going to work? I was going to shock you here, but it looks like it's not going to work. So Krishna doesn't want me to shock you. Okay, no problem. I'm going to shock you with something different now. Every moment people are dying in this world. Yudhishthira replies to Yamaraj when he asks, what's the most amazing thing in the world? Ahani ahani bhutani gachanti hayamalayam Shesha stavaramichanti kimascharyamathaparam. Every single day around me people are dying, but I think I'm going to live forever. We have to realize our time in this world is limited. Now I don't recommend you do this, but I'm mad. Remember I told you I got the degree. So I do this. I did this. There's a place you can go on the internet called Death Clock. You can put in your name, your date of birth, and you can put in different aspects of who you are. Your weight, your height, your smoking and alcohol habits, your BMI. And then it will calculate how long you have to live. Not just that, it will tell you the day you're going to die. So I did it. Because I'm mad. I got the degree. I'm going to die. Oh no, it didn't come. There's another slide to tell you when I'm going to die. It's not there. Maybe I'm not going to die.
Arrivo!
Anyway, it was there on my slides, but somehow it's not here. Someone's taken it off. Is it here? Oh my God, they're not there. Oh, it is here, look. Book it in, guys. And make sure you say some nice things about me, okay? Naren, make sure you say some good things about me, okay? Wednesday, 21st January, 2071. Hey, look, I'm going to have a good innings. Look at this. 89 years. I've got a good 48 years of life left. Is it? Have I? Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Death is a reality. The uncomfortable reality. Krishna says, Janma mrityu jara vyadi dukha doshan udarshanam. Every day you should think, I'm going to die. Why is death so important? Krishna explains to Arjuna, Yam yam vapi smaram bhavam tyajatyante kalevaram tam tam evaiti konteya sadatad bhavabhavita. Because whatever state of being you remember when you die, that's what you attain. So what Krishna is saying is more important than living before you die, is to die before you die. But you may say, what do you mean, die before you die? Kill what? Kill this. And particularly this. Each of us have a false ego. I am this, I am that. I am from Wembley. There's nothing to be proud about. I am this person. I have this position. I have earned this much. So much ego. So much identification. So much false designations. I am the enjoyer. I am the controller. Everything should work according to my desires. subconsciously everyone is thinking like this, that they're the center of the world. Everyone wants to be at the front of the bus, at the back of the church, and the center of attention. And when you have false ego, you know what comes along with it? Envy of others. And you know what else comes along with it? Greed for material things. And you know what else comes? Anger. And you know what else comes? Lust. While you have all of these things, you can't really live. When Nelson Mandela came out of prison, he said, my reflection when I came out of prison was that if I didn't give up my anger, my bitterness, my hate towards the people that committed so many atrocities against me, I may have come out of the prison, but I'll still be in prison. So Krishna says you have to die before you die. You have to transform your false ego into true ego. I'm a servant. And when you have true ego, then you know what? Envy changes to appreciation. Greed changes to satisfaction. Anger changes to tolerance. And lust transforms into love. If you want to really live, first you have to die. So some people say, live before you die. The time is going. Pursue all your dreams. Do so many things in the world. There's a whole world out there to explore. Yes, you can do. But Krishna says the inner world should also be explored. Because if you kill all of those bad qualities, then not only will you be able to really live before you die, but at the time of death, you will attain a spiritual destination and then get eternal life with Krishna in the spiritual world. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Chapter 9. Iti Navadodhyayah. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha. Idam tu te guyatamam pravakshamyanasuyave jnana vijnana sahitam yajgyatva mokshase shubhat rajavidya rajaghuyam pavitram idamuttamam pratyakshaavagamam dharmyam susukham kartum avyayam ashraddhadhana purusha dharmasyasya parantapa aprapyamam nivartante mrityu samsara vartmani maya tatamidam sarvam jagadavyakthamurtina matsthani sarva bhutani nachaham teshvavasthitaha nacha matsthani bhutani pashyame yogameshwaram bhutabhrinna cha bhutastha mamatma bhutabhavanaha yatha kashastito nityam Vayu sarvatra gomahan tatha sarvani bhutani matsthani nityupadharaya sarva bhutani konteya prakritim yanti mamikam kalpakshaye punastani kalpadau vishrijamyaham prakritim swamavasthabhya vishrijami punah punah bhutagramamimam kritsnam avasam prakritirvasat Nacha mamtani karmani nibadnanti dhananjaya udasina vadasinam asaktam teshu karmasu mayadhyakshena prakriti suyate sacharacharam hetunanena konteya jagad viparivartate avajananti mam mudha manushim tanumashritam param bhavamajananto Mama bhuta maheshwaram moghasha mogha karmano mogha jnana vichetasaha rakshasim asurim chaiva prakritim mohinim shritaha mahatmanastu mam partha daivim prakritim ashritaha bhajantananya manaso gyatva bhutadimavvyayam satatam kirtayanto mam yadantasya dhridavratah namasyantasya mam bhaktya nityayukta upasate jnana yagyena chapyanne yajanto mam upasate etatvena prithaktvena bahuda vishvato mukham aham kraturaham yagyah swadaham aham aushadam mantroham aham evajyam aham agnir aham hutam pitaham asya jagato matadhata pitamahah Vedyam pavitram omkara rigsamaya cha gatir bharta prabhu sakshi nivasa sharanam surit prabhava pralayasthanam nidhanam bijam avyayam tapamyaham aham varsham nighrinnamyusrijami cha amritam chaiva mrityuscha sad asachaham arjuna Traividyamam somapah puta papa Yagyet ishva swargatim prarthayante Te punyam asadya surindra lokam Ashnanti divyan divideva bhogan Te tam bhuktva swarga lokam vishalam Kshine punye martya lokam vishanti Evam trai dharmanupapanna Gatagadam kama kama labhante Ananyaschintayanto mam Ye janah paryupasate Tesham nityavayuktanam Yogakshemam vahamyaham Yepyanya devata bhakta Yajante shraddhayanvitaha Tepi mameva kaunteya Yajantyabvidhipurvakam Aham hi sarva yajnanam bhokta cha prabhureva cha natu mam abhijananti tatvenatascha vantite yanti deva vrata devan pitrin yanti pritivrataah bhutani yanti bhutecha yanti madhyajinopi mam patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati Tadaham bhaktyoparitam ashnami prayatatmanah yat karoshi yadashnasi yajjuhoshi dadasi yat tapasyasi gonteya tat kurusvamadarpanam shubha shubha phalairevam mokshase karma bandhanaihi sannyasa yoga yuktatma vimukto mamupaishyasi Samoham sarva bhuteshu name dveshyosti na priyaha ye bhajanti tumam bhaktya maite teshu chapyaham api chet sudaracharo bhajante mam ananya bhak sadhureva samantavyah samyak vyavasito hi saha shipram bhavati dharmatma Shashvak shantim nigacchati Kaunteya pratijanihi Name bhakta pranashyati Mam hi partha vyapashritya Yepi syupapayonayah Striyo vaishyastatha shudras Tepi yanti param gatim Kim punar brahmanah punya Bhakta rajarshayastadha Anityam asukham lokam Imam prapya bhajasva mam Manmana bhava madbhakto Madhyaji mam namaskuru Mam me vaishyasi yuktvaevam Atmanam matparayanaha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We've been trying for so many years to get Vaishnav to come and is that the first time you're doing it? No, you've done it before. Oh. Wonderful. I remember living with him in the Brahmacharya ashram, and when we were all trying to sleep, you'd hear these Sanskrit mantras, And it was him chanting. It was very nice. Yes, this was a beautiful chapter because this is right in the middle of the Bhagavad Gita. The middle has the most important knowledge, the most confidential knowledge, the Raja Vidya, Raja Guyam. Some people are interested in the secret, isn't it? The secret. Do you know the secret? But Krishna already gives the secret. Raja Guyam, the most secret of all secrets, is given in this chapter. Let me ask you a question. What do you think is the most universal way in the world that people reveal their heart to God? Prayer. Prayer, isn't it? Prayer is the most universal practice in the world. Wherever you go in any religion, everyone's praying. Krishna in this chapter says something again so simple, but which is the key to actually developing a real relationship with Him. The world tells you, ask God for your wants. Go to God with a shopping list. Give me a house by the sea, a color TV, a 15 million gigabyte MP3, Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Dhanam Dehi, Rupam Dehi, Yasho Dehi, Balam Dehi, 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 Dehi. Give me strength, give me wealth, give me health. So many requests, so many asks, so many desires. Krishna says, give God what He wants. So simple, isn't it? So simple. So simple you may just miss it. Everyone is praying. You go to the mosque, people are praying. Namaz. You go to the church, they're praying. On the pew. You go to the Ganga, they're praying. Even the footballers are praying. And they're even praying before the lottery machine. God, I know I'm a sinner, but make me a... What does Krishna say? Don't ask me for things. Is Krishna displeased when you ask Him for things? No, actually He's not. But do you think Krishna is pleased when you ask Him for things? No. Imagine you had a friend, and every time that friend came to you, they just asked you for something. I don't think you need to imagine. There's always that. We always have a few friends like that. Do you like God or do you love Him? Like or love? Love? Like? Like? Love? Sounds like social media, isn't it? Like or love? Give the hearts, give the thumbs up. Which one? They asked one guru, what's the difference between liking and loving? He said, you see that flower? If you like it, you'll go over to it, you'll pick it, and you'll smell it. But if you love it, you'll go over to it, you'll protect it, you'll water it, and you'll nourish it. When you go to God, is it about my desires or His desires? When you go to Krishna, is it about receiving something? Or is it about giving something? Is it about expecting? How many expectations do you have of Krishna? Or are you appreciative for already how much He's given you? Is it about enjoying? Or is it about serving? It's so simple. Now let me ask you. Do you like? Or do you love? Krishna says something so simple to Arjuna. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati Tadaham bhakti uparitam ashnami prayatatmana. I don't want anything. I want nothing. One fruit, one flower, one drop of water. Give me your love. Give me your love. Don't just take. Don't just ask. Don't just expect. But realize that Krishna is the person who you can give your love to. And if you give your love to Krishna, Krishna will reciprocate unlimitedly. So next time you walk out of here and you go into the temple room and you come in front of Radha Gokulananda, pause for a minute and ask yourself, am I asking God for what I want? Or am I giving God what He wants? And then you'll be able to understand the quality of your connection with the Supreme Person. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. We're going to have our next reciter coming on. His Grace Radha Govind Prabhu. Can we have a round of applause for Radha Govind Prabhu? He will take us through all the rest of the chapters now. So please, you're doing very well. Carry on. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So I'm a little bit nervous because we've had the Maharathis, we had Bharati. I've been told she knows all 700 verses of the Bhagavad Gita. And we had Vaishnava, I don't know what he knows, he probably knows the Bible as well. But I don't know so many. And I'll just tell you a little story before we start. Is that okay? Just to help me get rid of my nerves. Many years ago, I was here in the ashram for about 10 years, 10, 11 years. And I joined in 2009. And I remember when I joined, Swayam Bhagwan Keshava Maharaj, who was then Sutapa Prabhu, was the head of the ashram. He probably still is. He was the head of the ashram, and he was like the, the Bhishma Pitama of the ashram. Everybody looked up to him. We all do, we all look up to him. I looked up to him as well, and I was like, I want to make him proud, by staying here. And anyway, one of those days in the beginning, I was on the book distribution team, so we would go out and distribute books every day, like they did all of this month. So in the morning we spoke, Maharaj said, be ready by 9:30, we'll leave. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be ready by 9:30, so 8:30. Class finished, I went, had my breakfast, they had dokra and green chutney. I was like, okay, great, so I had a few. And they were really good, so I had a few more. And then the guy at the counter said, there's only a few more left, do you want to finish them off? I said, sure, so I had a few more. And loads of chutney, I think I had about 12 or 14 of them. And anyway, I came back up to the ashram, got changed. I was ready to go. And I went into the corridor, looked at the time, it was 9:28. I'm like, yes, I'm going to make Maharaj proud. I'm on time. And then suddenly, I heard the dokras in my belly. And I was like, uh-oh, this doesn't sound good. And then I heard the chutney. I was like, this definitely doesn't sound good. And I was like debating, what do I do? Do I go? What do I do? And at that same time, Maharaj walks past and he said, okay, let's go, it's time. I'm like, okay, what do I do now? I don't want to let him down on the first day of book distribution, So I was like, but anyway, you got to do what you got to do. So I told him, why don't you go down there, I'll see you in 5 minutes. We Indians have a very diplomatic way of saying things. It's going to be half an hour. But you said, 5 minutes, I'll be there, and then it's another 5 minutes, another 5 minutes. Because it's a whole ordeal, you see. In the ashram, when you're staying, every time you do something, you got to take a shower, then you got to get changed again. It takes about 20, 25 minutes. I said, I'll see you down there in 5 minutes. He said, no. We said 9:30. I'm like, yeah, but when we spoke, the situation was different. Now, situations changed a little bit, and I need to do something. He goes, well, you had all morning. Why do you do it then? I'm like, no, it's not that kind of thing. It's, I need to take a shower. I need to, I don't want to let you down, but I do need to let other things down, I just need to do my thing, take a shower. And And he said, no, we got to go. We're going to be late. We're going to miss the prime time book distribution. And I was like, okay, what do you want me to do? And then Maharaj gave me an answer that just changed my perspective. I'd never heard anyone say this before. It just changed my whole perspective on things and on life. Just completely. I said, what do you want me to do? He said, control it. I'm like, sorry, control, sorry, what? I said, yeah, control it, control your body. You can't just, be a slave to your body, just control it. I'm like, okay, no one's ever told me that before. What I thought was there's two things. You see, the instruction of the Guru and the call of nature, two things you can't ignore, okay? So I was like, okay, he said, yeah, come down, I'll see you there in 2 minutes. I was like, okay, I can't let him down, I have to go. I have to somehow muster the courage to control it. So anyway, I took my bag, I went down. Luckily, we only went Hemel Hempstead that day. We weren't going to Reading, otherwise it would be trouble. So I did. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because this morning I woke up at 2:45, okay, early in the morning. I had some service to do in the temple, and I came back. I was really tired. I was like, I'm going to take a nap. And then I thought, no, I should prepare. I should prepare the recitation. And anyway, I thought, let's see what's going on. Maybe I'll go in a little bit later. Maybe, let me take a nap. So I went online, and Maharaj was speaking. And I have 10 years of memory of Maharaj, okay, staying in the ashram together. We slept in the same room. Not like that, but there's only one room where everybody sleeps. And my mind just rewinded to just that one point, 10 years ago, when Maharaj said, control it. And I was like, yes, I need to control my body, can't fall asleep. So I did my preparation this morning, but I thought that was interesting. So if you do hear any snoring during the recitation, just don't let me stop you. Keep going, I'll catch up with you. Or if you but let's do chapter 10, okay? Chapter 10 is a yoga of excellence known as Vibhuti Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Shinu me paramam vacha Yatte ham priyamanaya Vakshyami hitakamyaya Na me vidu suragana Prabhavam na maharshayah Aham adir hi devanam Maharshinam cha sarvashah Yo mam ajam anadim cha Vetti loka maheshwaram Asamuddha samartyeshu Sarva pape pramuchyate Buddhir jnanam sammoha Kshama satyam dama shamaha Sukham dukham bhavo bhavo Bhayam cha bhayameva cha Ahimsa samata tushtis Tapodanam yasho yashaha Bhavanti bhava bhutanam Matta eva prithak vidaha Maharshaya sapta purve Chatvaro manavastata Madbhava manasa jata Yesham loka ima praja Etam vibhutim yogam cha Mama yo veti tatvataha So vikalpena yogena Yujyate natra samshayaha Aham sarvasya prabhavo Matta sarvam pravartate Iti matva bhajante mam Buddha bhava samanvitaha Machita madgata prana Bodhayanta parasparam Kathayantascha mam nityam Tushyanti cha ramanti cha Tesham satata yuktanam Bhajatam priti purvakam Dadhami buddhi yogam tam Yena ma upayanti te Tesham evanukampartham Aham ajnanajam tamaha Nashayam atma bhavasto Jnana deepena bhasvata Arjuna uvacha Param brahma param dhama Pavitram paramam bhavan Purusham shashvatam divyam Adidevam ajam vibhum Ahustvam rishaya sarve देवर्षिर्नारदस्तथा असीतो देवलो व्यास स्वयं चैव ब्रवीषि मे सर्वमेतदृतं मन्ये यन्मां वदसि केशव न हि ते भगवान् व्यक्तिं विदुर्देवा न दानवा स्वयं एवात्मनात्मानं वेत्थ त्वं पुरुषोत्तम भूतभावना भूतेषु देवदेव जगत्पते वक्तुमर्हस्य शेषेण दिव्यह्यात्मा विभूतयः याभिर्विभूतिभिर्लोकान् इमां त्वं व्याप्य तिष्ठसि कथं विद्यामहं योगिंस् त्वां सदा परिचिन्तयन् केषु केषु च भावेषु चिन्त्योऽसि भगवान् मया विस्तारेणात्मनो योगं विभूतिं च जनार्दन भूय कथय तृप्तिर्हि शृण्वतो नास्ति मे मृतम् श्रीभगवानुवाच हन्तते कथयिष्यामि दिव्यह्यात्मा विभूतयः प्रधान्यतः कुरु श्रेष्ठ नास्त्यन्तो वितरस्य मे अहम् आत्मा गुडाकेश सर्वभूताशयस्थितः अहम् आदिश्च मध्यं च भूतानामन्तदेव च आदित्यानामहं विष्णुर्ज्योतिषं रविरंशमां मरीचिर्मरुतामस्मि नक्षत्राणामहं शशि वेदानां समवेदोऽस्मि देवानामस्मि वासवः इन्द्रियाणां मनश्चास्मि भूतानामस्मि चेतना रुद्राणां शङ्करश्चास्मि वित्तेषो यक्षराक्षसां वासुनां पावकश्चास्मि मेरुशिखरिणामहम् पुरोधासं च मुख्यं मां विद्धि पार्थ बृहस्पतिं सेनानीनामहं स्कन्दः सरसाम् अस्मि सागरः महर्षिणां भृगुरहं गिराम् अस्म्येकमक्षरं यज्ञानां जपयज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः अश्वत्थः सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षिणां च नारदः गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथः सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उच्चैश्रवः समश्वानां विद्धि माम् अमृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च नराधिपम् आयुधानाम् अहं वज्रं धेनूनाम् अस्मि कामधुक् प्रजनश्चास्मि कन्दर्पः सर्पानामस्मि वासुकिः अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसामहं पितॄणामर्यमः चास्मि यमः संयमतामहं प्रह्लादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालकालयतामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणां पवतामस्मि रामशस्त्रभृतमहं चासानां मकरश्चास्मि श्रोतसामस्मि जानवी सर्गाणामादिरन्तश्च मध्यं चैवाहमर्जुन अध्यात्मा विद्यानां वादप्रवदतामहम् अक्षराणामकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वसमासिकस्य च अहम् एवाक्षयकालो दाताहं विश्वतोमुखः मृत्युः सर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यतां कीर्तिश्रीवाक्च नारीणां स्मृतिर्मेधा धृतिक्षमा बृहत्साम तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरः द्यूतां छलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं जयोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्ववतामहम् वृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जयः मुनीनामप्यहं व्यासः कवीनाम् उशनः कविः दण्डो दमयतामस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषतां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानवतामहम् यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहम् अर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यत् स्यान् मया भूतं चराचरम् नान्तोऽस्ति मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एष तुद्देशतः प्रोक्तो विभूतेर्विस्तरो मया यद्यद्विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमद्ऊर्जितमेव वा तत्तत् एवावगच्छात्वं मम तेजोंससम्भवम् अर्थवा बहुनैतेन किं ज्ञातेन तवार्जुन विस्तरभ्याम् इदं कृत्स्नम् एकांशेन स्थितो जगत् हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Wonderful, thank you. That was very mystical, wasn't it? It was very nice. Took it down a note, very mystical. Thank you, Radha Govinda Prabhu. That was very enchanting. Clearly, you've learned some control in your life. Mind control.
Did I make
controlling
you proud?
our minds.
Did I make you proud?
You did. Thank you. Chapter 10, Opulence of the Absolute. It's interesting when people tell stories of your past. Everyone has a different vision. It's interesting that two people can see exactly the same thing and see something very differently, isn't it? They say we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. So two people can see the same thing and they can see completely different things. In this chapter, Krishna is teaching us that some people say, I can't see God anywhere. But Krishna is saying, there are others who can see God everywhere. In other words, in this chapter, Krishna is teaching us how we can see Him in every single aspect of the creation. Krishna says, you're never lost, and I'm never lost to you, if you have the vision to see me. So yes, people see things in different ways. When an adult opens the curtains in the morning and there's snow, there's frustration, isn't it? It means you're blocked, you can't go to work, you gotta, the car doesn't start. There's so many complexities when the snow comes in, isn't it? It's like one of the pains of life. But when a kid sees snow, that's the best thing. Then you can just go, just have fun. What can be better than the snow? See? When you're in the UK and you go on a train, then you see, a train is like this. One seat, one person. You know where this is going. But when you go India, people have a different vision. When you go India, if there's like 5 people on a double seat, they get offended. They're like, this is for 10. Why are you taking up so much room? It's interesting how people see the same thing but have a different vision. Once there was a husband and wife, they were on the side and they saw another husband and wife. So the other husband and wife, he walked around to the Mercedes Benz, he came to the passenger seat, he opened it like a gentleman. And the lady walked in and then he closed the door, very gently. So this other couple was looking. So the wife said to the husband, just see, the marriage is new. And the husband looked back at her and said, no, the car is new. Is he worried about the marriage or the car? Hard to know. Different vision, different people, different vision. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. Some people say there's no God, just have a good life, just enjoy it. This is our friend, Richard Dawkins, and he wrote The God Delusion. I'm glad none of you have ever read it. And there are other people who can see God everywhere. Premanjana Churita Bhakti Velochanena. When you have the eyes which are smeared with the salve of love, you can see Krishna everywhere. So what does Krishna say to Arjun? Rasoham apsukonteya prabhashmi shashi shuryayo Pranava sarva vedeshu shabda ke paurusham nrishu. Does a day go by when you don't drink water? Does a day go by when you don't see the light of the sun and the moon? Maybe in the UK. Does a day go by when there's no silence, when you just, that moment, just everything is silent? Krishna is everywhere. You can just sit somewhere on the side. In this one scene, Krishna is everywhere. The water, the sun, the peacefulness. And you can just sit down and you can just say, Om, and Krishna is there. So therefore, seeing God is a matter of training ourselves to understand that in the beauty of everything around you is Krishna. Krishna is the best of everything. One time Srila Prabhupada was with his disciple and they were at the airport and a beautiful air hostess walked by. And Prabhupada looked at the devotee and said, "Beautiful, isn't she?" Oh, how you will reply. The brahmachari thought, maybe he's testing me. But then I should also not disagree with him. And what did Srila Prabhupada say? If she is that beautiful, imagine how beautiful the person is who created her. So you look around and you see all this beauty in the world. And you remember Krishna, the taste of water, the light of the sun, the silence in that moment. It's Krishna. So some people say, I can't see God anywhere. Krishna is saying, train your vision to understand. Yad yad vibhuti mat sattvam. All beautiful things in this world spring from but a spark of my splendor. And if you understand that, you'll be able to see God everywhere. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So chapter 11. Now in chapter 11, Krishna is showing Arjuna the universal form. So as Arjuna sees this form and is describing this form and the conversation that ensues, the meter of the chapter changes. So it's a slightly different meter from verse 15 onwards for about 35 verses. And it's very beautiful, the description of Krishna's universal form. So I'm just warning you that will change at verse 15. So it's chapter 11, Vishwarup Darshan Yoga, the yoga of seeing the cosmic form. Arjuna Uvacha Mad Anugrahaya Paramam Guhyam Adhyatma Samyitam Yatyo Yoktam Vachastena Mohoyam Vigato Mama Bhavapyayo hi Bhutanam Shruto Vistarasho Maya Tvatta Kamala Patraksha Mahatmyam Apichavyayam Evametadyatattatvam Atmanam Parameshvara Drashtum Ichchami Te Rupam Aishwaram Purushottama Manyase Yadi Tachakyam Maya Drashtum Iti Prabho Yogeshvara Tato Me Tvam Darshayatmanam Avyayam Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Pashya me partha rupani shatasosta sahasrashah nana vidani divyani nana varna kritani cha pashyadityan vasun rudran ashvino marutastatha bahunyadrishta purvani pashyacharyani bharata ihaikastam jagatkritsnam pashyadasa characharam mama dehe gudakesha yachanya drashtumarhasi natutmam sakyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshu pashyame yogameshwaram Sanjaya uvacha evam muktva tato rajan mahayogeshwaro harihi darshayamasa parthaya paramam rupameshwaram Aneka Vatranayanam, Aneka Adbhuta Darshanam, Aneka Divyabharanam, Divyaneko Dyatayudham, दिव्यमाल्याम्बरधारं दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनं सर्वाश्चर्यमयं देवम् अनन्तं विश्वतोमुखं दिवि सूर्यसहस्रस्य भवेद्युगपद् उत्थिता यदि भासदृशस्य स्यात् भासस्तस्य महात्मनः तत्रैकस्तजगत्कृष्णं प्रविभक्तम् अनेकदा अपश्यद्देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तदा ततः स विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्टरोमधनञ्जयः प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं कृताञ्जलिरभाषत अर्जुन उवाच पश्यामि देवांस्तव देवदेहे सर्वांस्तथा भूतविशेषसङ्गान् ब्राह्मानमीशं कमलासनस्थं ऋषींश्च सर्वान् उर्गांश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहोदरवक्त्रनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां सर्वतोऽनन्तरूपम् नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्तवादिं पश्यामि विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूप कीरीतिनं गदिनं चक्रिनं च तेजो राशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तं पश्यामि त्वां दूर्निरीक्ष्यं समन्तात् दीप्तानलार्काद्युतिं अप्रमेयम् त्वम् अक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निदानम् त्वम् अव्ययशाश्वतधर्मगोप्ता सनातनस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे अनादिमध्यन्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रम् पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुताशवक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तं द्वावा पृथिव्योरिदमन्तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वयैकेन दिशश्च सर्वः दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं रूपमुग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यथितं महात्मम् आमीहि त्वां सूरसङ्गा विशन्ति केचिद्भीतप्राञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्त्युक्त्वमहर्षिसिद्धसङ्घा स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुक्षलाभिः रुद्रादित्या वसवो ये च सन्ध्या विश्वेस्विनो मारुतश्चोष्मपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्घा वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मताश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महत्ते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुरूपादं बहूदरं बहुदंष्ट्राकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोका प्रव्यथितस्तथाहं नाभस्पृशं दीप्तमनेकवर्णं व्यक्ताननं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रव्यथितान्तरात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि समं च विष्णुं दंष्ट्राकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास अमी च त्वां धातराष्ट्रस्य पुत्रा सर्वे सहैवावनिपालसङ्गे भीष्मो द्रोणसूतपुत्रस्तथासो सहामदीयैरपि योधमुख्यै वक्त्राणि ते त्वारमाना विशन्ति दंष्ट्रकरालानि भयानकानि केचिद्विलग्ना दशनान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैरुत्तमाङ्गे यथा नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगा समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीर विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिविज्वलन्ति तथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतङ्गा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगा तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगः लेलीयसेग्रसमानः समन्ताल् लोकान् समग्रान् वदनेर्ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत्समग्रं भासस्तवोग्रा प्रतपन्ति विष्णु आख्याहि मे को भवानुग्ररूपो नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिम् श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकाक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धो लोकान् समाहर्तुमिह प्रवृत्ता ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे ये व्यस्थितप्रत्यनीकेषु योधः तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रुं भुङ्क्ष्य राज्यं समृद्धं मयैवैते निहता पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं वयसा व्यसाचिन् द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यम् अपि योधवीरन् मया हतांस्त्वं जहिमा व्यवस्था युध्यस्व जेतासि रणे सपत्नान् सञ्जय उवाच एतत् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमानः नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृष्णं स गद्गदं भीतभीतः प्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकीर्त्य जगत्प्रहृष्य तनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गः कस्माच्च तेन नमिरन्महात्मन् गरीयसे ब्राह्मणोऽप्यादिकर्त्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वम् अक्षरं सत् असत् तत्परं यत् त्वम् आदिदेवा पुरुषः पुराणस्त्वम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निदानं वेतासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूप वायुर्यमोऽग्निर्वरुणः शशाङ्कः प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेऽस्तु सहस्रकृत्वः पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तादथ पृष्ठतस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत एव सर्व अनन्तवीर्यामितविक्रमस्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततोऽसि सर्वः सखेति मत्वा प्रसभं यदुक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानातमहि मानं तवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि यच्चावहासार्थमसत्कृतोऽसि विहारशय्यासनभोजनेषु एको तवाप्यच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षामये त्वम् अहमप्रमेयं पीतासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वम् अस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्त्यभ्यधिका कुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽप्यप्रतिमा प्रभाव तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वमहम् ईशमिद्यं पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्युः प्रिया प्रियायार्हसि देव सोढुम् अदृष्टपूर्वं ऋषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रभावो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितम् आत्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वमनन्तमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन दृष्टा पूर्वं न वेदयज्ञाध्ययनेर्न दानेर्न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुद्रे स्वमेवं रूपशक्यहं यलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु परवीरा मा ते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरमिद्रन्ममेदं व्यपेतभिप्रीतमाना पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपमिदं प्रपश्य संजय उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस्तथोक्त्वा स्वकं रूपं दर्शयामाश भूयः आश्वास्य मे आशा च भीतं एनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य वपुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मानुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीमस्मि संवृत्ता सचेता प्रकृतिं गतः श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दशमिदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मम देवा अप्यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेदेन तपसा न दानेन न चेज्यया शक्य एवं विदो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्या अहम् एवं विदोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्म कृन्मत्परमो मद्भक्तसङ्गवर्जितः निर्वीर्य सर्वभूतेषु यः स मामेति पाण्डव हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Wonderful, thank you. That's one of the most difficult chapters of the Gita to recite. Was it difficult? It's a little difficult, no? It's okay? Okay, good. Did you memorize it? Okay, yes, Krishna is teaching in different ways. Do you learn more from audio or visual? Visual? You like podcasts or YouTube? Which one? Some audio, some people like audio, some people like visual. Krishna has already given the audio description to Arjuna of all the philosophy. He's spoken so many things. Now Krishna says, and if you want more, then I will now give you the visual. So in this chapter, Krishna actually reveals his universal form. More about that later. But one thing Krishna wants to do is he wants to instill confidence in Arjuna. Sometimes we have all the knowledge. Sometimes we have all the opportunities. Sometimes we have all the resources that we need to do something, but we lack confidence. Do you sometimes lack confidence? Everything is in place, but inside of you there's a doubt. Can I do it? Will it work out? What if I make a fool of myself? When I joined the temple, they said, you gotta speak. You gotta give class. I said, I'm an introvert. I am a shy person. I don't stand on this side of the stage. I'm on that side. What they told me is that the world tells you believe in yourself, that you can get confidence by believing in yourself. But they said, no, you go and do it for Krishna even if you don't think you can do it. Because while the world tells you believe in yourself, Krishna says, believe in Him. If you want to really get confidence in your life, it's by believing that Krishna can do anything. Some people say the way to get confidence is boost yourself up, affirmations. You can do it. You're wonderful. You're amazing. You're undefeatable. You have all the qualities to do it. But Krishna says, actually, all you have to do is depend on me. And in this way, Krishna is giving Arjuna confidence. Look at this beautiful scene. Isn't this beautiful? Krishna is showing the whole universe. Krishna is saying everything is within me. When Krishna shows his universal form, then Arjuna sees all the planets, all the demigods, all the different warriors on the battlefield. Arjuna even sees himself and Krishna in the picture. And what does Arjuna also see? He sees that all the warriors are being killed. All the warriors are dying. He sees that the Pandavas are winning. And Krishna says to Arjuna, Tasmatvam utista yasho labhasva jitva shantrun rajam samriddham mayevita nihata purvameva nimita matram bhavasavya sachin. Krishna says, I already done it. It's all done. I already killed everyone on the battlefield. It's a foregone conclusion. All you have to do, nimita matram bhavasavya sachin. Now you just have to become the instrument. This is how you gain the supreme confidence in your life, that you know Krishna is arranging it, and all I have to do is follow Krishna's plan. Look at this picture of Srila Prabhupada. He was 69. He left India. Would you know how much in his pocket? 40 rupees. He came to America. He suffered 2 heart attacks on the way there. He landed in Boston Pier. He said, I didn't even know whether to turn left or right. Srila Prabhupada had no health, no friends, no strategy, no support. But he believed in Krishna. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada made Hare Krishna a household word. Because he had the supreme confidence. Not that you believe in yourself, I'm great, I will do it. No, we're limited, we're small, we're insignificant. But Krishna is unlimited. Krishna is huge. And Krishna is the most significant. And if you work in his plan, then anything can happen. If you think I am in control, then when you're successful, you become proud and complacent, thinking I did it. But when you realize Krishna is in control, when you're successful, you'll be grateful and humble, knowing that I was just the instrument. Sometimes in life we fail, isn't it? If you think I'm in control, when you fail, you'll become depressed and frustrated. But when there's failure in your life and you know Krishna controls everything, you'll be accepting, you'll be determined. You know that maybe there's something better coming. I tried my best. When you think I'm in control and difficulties come, you'll be angry, you'll blame others. But when difficulties come, if you know Krishna is in control and therefore Krishna is sending it, you'll be accepting and progressive. Just see how your life changes. In change, you'll be nervous and overwhelmed. If you think I'm the controller, but excited and confident when Krishna is arranging something, Just see how it changes. In this chapter, Krishna is teaching us that you gain the supreme confidence in your life by knowing that He is in control of everything, and we simply have to become an instrument in His plan. And therefore, while the world tells you, believe in yourself, be confident, Krishna says, believe in me, depend on me, because I'm controlling everything, Arjun. I've arranged everything. It's all going to happen according to my plan. Now the only question is, do you want to become the instrument and get the credit? Do you want to be part of this divine drama? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. We can see we have walking on stage just behind me. We have our children from the Sunday Krishna Club. Haribol. Stay a little bit there. So chapter number 12, known as Bhakti Yoga. A very sweet chapter, very short chapter. But to make it even more sweet, we have our children from the Krishna Club. So please do encourage them. Let's start by a big round of applause. Haribol! Thank you very much. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dvadasho Adhyaya. Arjuna Vacha Evam Satata Yukta Ye Bhakta Samparyupasate Ye Chap Aksharam Avyaktam Tesham Ke Yoga Vittama. Shri Bhagavad Vacha Maya Mano Yema Nitya Yukta Upasate Shadaya Paranayo Petas Teme Yukta Tamata Ye Trisham Nirlesham Avyaktam Paryupashate Sarvatra Kamachintyam Cha Kutastam Acharam Dhruvam Sanliyam Yendriya Gramam Sarvatra Samabuddhaya Te Prabhuvanti Maveva Sarvabhutani Nerata Kleshodhikararastesam Avyakta Sakatetasam Avyakta Hi Gatir Dukkham Devabhiravyapate Yetu Sarvahi Karmahi Mayi Sanyasya Matpara Anyayena Yogena Mamyayanta Upasate Tesam Aham Samudharta Mrityu Samsara Sagarat Bhavayam Chisirat Parta Maya Vishita Chetasam Maya Mayi Buddhi
Maitra Karuna Evacha Nirmamo Nirankara Sama Dukha Sukha Shanti Santushta Sanatam Yogi Yagatma Krita Nishaya Maya Pindamano Buddhi Yomat Bhakta Same Priya Yasmanun Vidane Loka Lokan Son Vidane Jaya Harsha Harsha Mayon Vegen Mukto Yasa Chane Priya Anapesha Suche Daksha Udasino Ganagata Sarva Dhamma Parityani Yoman Bhakta Same Priya Yona Shishani Matesti Nyaso Chantina Machati Shubha Shubha Parityani Yanti Mame Same Priya Samastam Gaujami Precha Tanavana Amanayo Sri Krishna Sukalmukeshu Samasanga Vivarjita Tulya Ninna Sutermoni Satchushware Nage Adikeda Silamate Bhakti Mane Priyonara Yetu Dharma Vritam Yakto Tamar Pashate Sradharana Bhaktaste Nivame Priya
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Vivo! Louder! Vivo!
Thank you. One by one.
Thank you so much. These are all the future leaders of society. So encouraging. We'd also like to thank all of their teachers, headed by Yogi Prabhu and all the devotees. You can give them a round of applause as well. Every Sunday, they come here, they sacrifice their time, and they spend this wonderful time learning all this beautiful knowledge. Yes. Devotional service, Krishna has said to Arjuna many beautiful things in this chapter. They say in the world, if wealth is lost, nothing is really lost. If health is lost, something is lost. But if character is lost, then everything is lost. In this chapter, Krishna talks all about character, all about the qualities within a devotee. Krishna reminds us the whole world makes a to-do list. But how many people make a to-be list? You should make a to-do list. But don't forget to make a to-be list. I want to ask you this question, and I just want you to reflect on it for a moment. Think of someone you have great appreciation for right now. Just close your eyes and picture that person in your mind. One person in this world that you have great appreciation for. And now I want you to ask yourself, what is it about that person in one word that you appreciate? Take this time to be grateful for one person in your life. No one in this world is self-made. We're made from all of those people who have contributed and inspired us. Can you tell me some of the things that inspire you? Yes. Sharing and caring. Something? Here? Anyone? Devotion. Kind. Selfless, dedicated. Listen to all of these things. Do you notice one thing? We never remember people for what they did. We remember people for who they are. What touches us is not what people achieved in the world, but the character that went behind it. Do you know when we leave this world, people won't remember you for your position in the world. People won't remember you for the percentage you got in an exam. People won't remember you for the number of people that followed you on social media. People won't remember you for your popularity. People won't remember you for any of these things. People will remember you for your character, who you were. Krishna in this chapter says all the qualities of someone who conquers his heart. Advaishta sarva bhutana maitra karuna evacha nirmamo nirahankara samadhuka sukakshami. If you're looking for a to-be list, this is the to-be list that Krishna gives in the 12th chapter. Can we be free of envy? Can we be kind to all living entities? Can we be free from thinking we're the proprietor, we're the controller, that everything should work around us? Can we be equal in both happiness and distress? Who has this kind of character? When Krishna sees someone has these qualities, Krishna says, Same bhakta tamo mataha. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. Dear friends, many people have a to-do list, but very few people have a to-be list. On your to-do list you may have, let me do 15 minutes of exercise. But can you also exercise patience? Many people on their to-do list will have, I'll answer all my emails today. But can you also be mindful of others? And then you have to deal with the consequences of it all. Many people have on their to-do list, finish my housework. How many of us have do my internal work? Reflect, introspect, journal. Meet my friends on the to-do list. I got to meet my friends today. But can you be friendly to everyone? Imagine tomorrow you did all of these things, but you didn't do these things. What's the point? Is it a successful day? Along with having a to-do list, Krishna is saying have a to-be list. Because at the end of this life, people will not remember you for your achievements. People will remember you for your character. Therefore, what did Martin Luther King say? I have a dream. I have a dream that one day I'll be judged by the content of my character. And therefore, Krishna is reminding us. They asked Gandhi, what is your message for the world? And you know what Gandhi said? My life is my message. I have to say anything. My life is my message. And therefore, Krishna is reminding us in the busyness, in the chaos, in the hectic, in the pressure, in the demands of life, where you have to do so many things in a day. Fit it all in by all means. Have your to-do list, but also have a to-be list. Because remember, wealth, health, if these things are lost, something is lost. But if character is lost, everything is lost. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So that's the second half, or second 1/3 of our Gita. We will take a short break, but before that, I'd just like to share with you all. Are you liking what you're hearing today about the Gita? Have you ever seen the Gita from that perspective? We always got stuck, karmanyavadhikaraste, mafaleshu kadachana. No more thing, nothing more in the Gita. What we have here is a book that has been written by His Holiness Keshava Maharaj. It is called Gita in 3. Now, 3 perspectives of the Gita. So what we're hearing now is the first section, in fact, that think different. That is the theme of our... But there's 2 other perspectives that we must learn. Now, this book shares the perspective, just like Maharaj is doing. He's asking you questions and trying to get you to think. In this book, there is also different questions and activities that will really, stir the consciousness, and these messages will become alive for all of you. So we have some copies of this book available at the desk. So during the breaks and after the recitation as well, if you would like, you can get a copy, and Maharaj will be here on stage. You can get them signed, or if you have any questions for Maharaj, you can get a chance to speak to him as well. So please do take advantage of that. Now, just would like to thank the families that came forward. From today, we've had 32 families that have come forward and have sponsored another 205 Gitas. So we're getting closer to our goal. We're now at 2,305 Gitas. So I'm sure we can make this by the end of the recitation. Right now it is 1:15. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but the message is heavy and I'm sure you're relishing it. By 12:30, can we please make our way back so we can start sharp? We have a tea table outside, so please, help yourself. There'll be someone serving you. You can get some tea, get some refreshments, use the toilets, and we'll see you back 1:30. Thank you. Haribol. So the last lag is here. This is the shortest. This is the shortest of the sections. So that's good news. And you're all fairly exhausted, but you're doing really well. Stick in there, and the yajna will be complete. So we'll hand over to Radha Govinda Prabhu to start chapter 13. Hare Krishna!
Hare Krishna. Okay, are we all ready to roll? Okay, we only got 6 chapters, so if you can control it. 6 chapters. So this is chapter 13. It's called Prakriti Purush Vivek Yoga. In English, it's the yoga of distinguishing matter from spirit. Okay. Arjuna uvacha Prakritim Purusham Chaiva Kshetram Kshetragyameva cha Etad Veditum Ichhami Jnanam Geyam cha Keshava Shri Bhagavan uvacha Idam Shariram Kaunteya Kshetram Ityabhidhiyate Etadyo Vetitam Prabhu Kshetragya iti yadvidaha Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi Sarva Kshetreshu Bharata Kshetra Kshetragya Yogyanam Yataj Jnanam Matam Mama Tat Kshetram Yaccha Yadrikcha Yadvikari Yatasya Yad Sachayo Yad Prabhavasya Tat Samasena Me Shrunu Rishibhir Bahuda Gitam Chandobhir Vividikai Prathak Brahma Sutra Padeshaiva Hetumadbhir Vinischitai Mahabhutanya Hankaro Buddhir Avyaktameva cha Indriyani Dashekam cha Pancha Chendriya Gochara Ichha Dvesha Sukham Dukkham Sanghatas Chetana Dhritihi Etat Kshetram Samasena Savikaram Udaritam Amanitvam Adampitvam Ahimsa Kshantirarjavam Acharyopasanam Saucham Stairyam Atma Vinigraha Indriyartheshu Vairagyam Anahankara Evacha Janma Mrityu Jara Vyadhi Dukkha Doshanudarshanam Asaktirana Bhishvanga Putradara Grihadishu Nityam cha Samachittatvam Ishtanishtopapatishu Mai Chananya Yogena Bhaktir Avyabhicharini Vivikta Desha Sevitvam Aratir Janasamshadi Adhyatma Jnana Nityatvam Tattva Jnanatha Darshanam Eta Jnanam iti Proktam Ajnanam Yadatonyatha Geyam Yattat Pravakshyami Yajnanatmatamashnute Anadi Matparam Brahma Na Sattanna Saduchyate Sarvata Panipadam Tat Sarvatokshi Siromukham Sarvata Shrutimaloke Sarvam Avritya Tishtati Sarvendriya Gunabhasam Sarvendriya Vivarjitam Asaktam Sarvabhrachaiva Nirgunam Gunabhutracha Bahirantasya Bhutanam Acharam Charamevacha Sukshmatvattadda Vigyeyam Durastham Chantike Chatat Avibhaktam Cha Bhuteshu Vibhaktam Iva Cha Sthitam Bhuta Bhratra Cha Tagyeyam Grasnishnu Prabhavishnu Cha Jyotisham Api Tajyotis Tamasa Paramuchyate Jnanam Geyam Ganugamyam Hridi Sarvasya Vishritam Iti Kshetram Tatha Jnanam Geyam Choktam Samasataha Madbhakta Etad Vijnana Madbhavayo Papadyate Prakritim Purusham Chaiva Vidyanadi Ubhavapi Vikaramscha Gunamschaiva Vidhi Prakriti Sambhavan Karya Karana Kartritve Hetu Prakriti Ruchyate Purusha Sukha Dukkhanam Bhoktritve Hetu Ruchyate Purusha Prakritasto hi Bhunte Prakriti Jan Gunan Karanam Guna Sangosya Sat Asad Yoni Janmasu उपद्रष्टानुमन्ता च भर्ता भोक्ता महेश्वरः परमात्मेति चाप्युक्तो देहेऽस्मिन् पुरुषः परः य एवं वेत्ति पुरुषं प्रकृतिं च गुणैः सह सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि न स भूयोऽभिजायते ध्यानानि पश्यन्ति केचित् आत्मानमात्मना अन्ये सांख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे अन्ये त्वेवमजानन्तः श्रुत्वनेभ्य उपासते तेऽपि चातितरन्त्येव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणः यावत् सञ्जयते किञ्चित् सत्त्वं स्थावरजङ्गमं क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञसंयोगात् तद्विद्धि भरतर्षभा समं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनश्यत्यविनश्यन्तं यः पश्यति स पश्यति समं पश्यन् हि सर्वत्र समवस्थितमीश्वरं न हि नस्त्यात्मनात्मानं ततो याति परं गतिं प्रकृत्यैव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः यः पश्यति तथात्मानम् अकर्तारं स पश्यति यदा भूतपृथग्भावम् एकस्थम् अनुपश्यति तत एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म सम्पदये तदा अनादित्वान् निर्गुणत्वात् परमात्मायमव्ययः शरीरस्थोऽपि कौन्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते यथा सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्यात् आकाशं नोपलिप्यते सर्वत्रावस्थितो देहे तथात्मानोपलिप्यते यथा प्रकाशयत्येक कृत्स्नं लोकम् इमं रविः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तथा कृत्स्नं प्रकाशयति भारत क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोरेवम् अन्तरं ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूतप्रकृतिमोक्षं च ये विदुर्यान्ति ते पराम् हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Ribo, thank you. Everyone's voice is getting a little lower when you recite, so you have to keep the energy. It's like a building up. Isn't it? In a song, you go to a crescendo. It doesn't get quieter. It goes. So please, yes, keep your enthusiasm. We're on chapter number 13. Someone said to me in the break, it was easy for Arjuna because Krishna was right next to him. I mean, if Krishna would be right next to you telling you what to do, I mean, that's very fortunate. But we don't have Krishna next to us. We're not on a chariot with Krishna. Krishna is not directly addressing our situation. So how can we expect that we have the same reaction as Arjuna? I said, you asked me the question at the right time. Because most people think God is far away, seated in heaven. Some people think you believe in God, and then one day, maybe you'll meet Him up there somewhere. Krishna says, God is actually very near, seated within. Just as Krishna was Arjuna's charioteer, did you know that Krishna is your charioteer? Because Krishna says, I'm within the heart of every single living entity. Ishvara sarva bhutanam hridaya se Arjuna tistati brahmayan sarva bhutani yantra rudhani mayaya. The body is a yantra, understand? It's a machine. And Krishna says, I'm seated in this machine. So Krishna is actually very, very close. Put your hands up if you had an argument with someone recently. So many arguments. One time A husband and wife came to Srila Prabhupada and they said, Prabhupada, we keep arguing. So, what to do? So Prabhupada said, okay, you're allowed to argue, but no shouting. So I said, wow, this is a unique solution. Argue without shouting? So they went back after 2 weeks. Come back and said, everything all right? Yeah, no more arguments. No more arguments? They said, if you're not allowed to shout, it's no fun. Two people right next to each other, why are they shouting? They're right next to each other. Why are they shouting? What's the answer? Because their hearts are so far apart. When two hearts are so far apart, physically they may be next to each other, but they have to shout to make up the distance. And when you love someone, they could be on the other side of the world. They could be in a completely different time and space. They may not even be in this world. But you feel very close to them because the hearts are close. When the heart is close, you can hear someone. But when the hearts are very far away, no, then you have to shout. Krishna says to Arjuna, Bahir antascha bhutanam acharam charamevacha shukshvatvat tad avigyayam durastam chantike chatat. It's beautiful, Krishna says. I'm inside and outside of all living beings. I'm in the moving and the non-moving. I'm beyond the power of the material senses to know, and although I'm far, far away, I'm simultaneously near to all. Krishna is so close to you. He's your charioteer. He's right there. Can you hear Krishna? Can you? Can you hear Krishna's voice? He's right next to you. The heart has to become closer. Krishna is alive. More than that, Krishna is attentive. More than even that, Krishna is affectionate. And the amazing thing is that Krishna is active. But only when your heart is close to Him. Once a guru and a disciple, they were walking through Times Square. Have you ever been to Times Square, New York? Busy, chaotic, all the lights, all the people. As the guru and disciple were walking past this noisy square, the guru just stopped and he said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "What's that?" He said, "Go behind that bin." They went behind the bin and there was a tiny kitten and it was injured and it was crying for help. So the disciple was amazed. He said, "How in the world did you hear that in the midst of all of this noise?" The guru said, "We hear what we want to hear." The disciple said, "What do you mean?" The guru said, "I'll show you." And you know what he did? He went in the middle of Times Square, he went in his pocket, he pulled out a few coins and he dropped them. Ding! 20 people just stopped. Was that me? Was that my change? Was that? Interesting. You can hear the sound of change, but can you hear the cry of a kitten that needs help? Because the heart hears, and then the ears hear. If your heart wants to hear Krishna, then for your ears to hear Krishna is a simple job. But because the heart is very far away, even Krishna is speaking to you, you will not hear. Therefore, Krishna says to Arjuna, some people think God is very, very far away. Maybe one day I'll have an audience with God. No. Krishna is right there within your heart, and you can have an audience, a conversation with God in the here and now. However, your heart has to be tuned in to the right frequency.
Okay, so we're on chapter 14. This is the three modes of nature known as Gunatraya Vibhag Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Param Bhuya Pravakshyami Jnananam Jnanamuttamam Yadgyatva Munaya Sarve Param Siddhim Ito Gataha Idam Jnanam Upashritya Mama Sadharmyam Agata Sargepi Nopajayante Pralayena Vyathanti Cha Mama Yonir Mahad Brahma Tasmin Garbham Dadamyaham Sambhava Sarva Bhutanam Tato Bhavati Bharata Sarvayonishu Kaunteya Murtaya Sambhavanti Yaha Tasam Brahma Mahadyonir Aham Bija Padapita Sattvam Rajastama Iti Guna Prakriti Sambhavaha Nibadnanti Mahabaho Dehe Dehinam Avyayam Tatra Sattvam Nirmalatvat Prakashakam Anamayam Sukha Sangena Badnati Jnana Sangena Chanaga Rajo Ragatmakam Viddhi Trishna Sanga Samudbhavam Tannibadnati Kaunteya Karma Sangena Dehinam Tamastvajnanajam Viddhi Mohanam Sarva Dehinam Pramadalasya Nidrabhis Tannibadnati Bharata Sattvam Sukhe Sanjayati Raja Karmani Bharata Jnanam Avrityatu Tamaha Pramade Sanjayatyuta Rajastamas Chabhibhuya Sattvam Bhavati Bharata Rajasattvam Tamaschaiva Tamasattvam Rajastatha Sarvadvareshu Dehesmin Prakasha Upajayate Jnanam Yada Tada Vidyad Vivriddham Sattvamityuta Lobha Pravrittirarambha Karmanam Shamaspriha Rajasyetani Jayante Vivriddhe Bharatarshava Aprakasho Pravritischa Pramado Moha Evacha Tamasyetani Jayante Vivriddhe Kurunandana Yada Sattve Pravridetu Pralayam Yati Dehabrit Tadottama Vidam Lokan Amalan Pratipadyate Rajasi Pralayam Gatva Karma Sangishu Jayate Tatha Pralinas-tamasi Mudhayonishu Jayate Karmana Sukritasyahu Sattvikam Nirmalam Phalam Rajasastu Phalam Dukkham Ajnanam Tamasa Phalam Sattvat Sanjayate Jnanam Rajaso Lobha Evacha Pramadamoho Tamaso Bhavato Jnanam Evacha Udvam Gachanti Sattvasta Madhye Tishtanti Rajasaha Chaganya Gunavrittistha Ado Gachanti Tamasa Nanyam Gunebhya Kartaram Yada Drashtanupashyati Gunebhyascha Param Veti Madbhavam Sodhi Gacchati Gunanetanati Tyatrin Dehi Deha Samudbhavan Janma Mrityu Jara Dukkher Vimukto Mritimashnute Arjuna Uvacha Kailinga Strin Gunanetan Atito Bhavati Prabho Kimmachara Katham Chaitams Trin Gunan Ativartate Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Prakasham Cha Pravritim Cha Moham Eva Cha Pandava Na Dveshti Sampravrittani Na Nivrittani Kankshati Udasina Vadasino Guneryo Na Vichalyate Gunavartanta Ityevam Yovatishtati Nengate Sama Dukkha Sukha Swastha Sama Loshtashma Kanchanaha Tulya Priya Priyo Dhiras Tulya Nindatma Samstutihi Manapamanayo Tulyas Tulyo Mitrari Pakshayoho Sarvarambha Parityagi Gunatita Sa Uchyate Mam Chayo Vyabhicharena Bhakti Yogena Sevate Sagunan Samatityaitan Brahma Bhuyaya Kalpate Brahmano hi pratisthaham Amritasya vyayasya cha Shasvatasya cha dharmasya Sukhasya ikantikasya cha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Vivo. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is not just teaching us about the afterlife. Krishna is teaching us about the here life. And in this chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is teaching about how to live in this world, what kind of habits to have, what kind of lifestyle to lead. And Krishna explains something very amazing. He says, most people think wealthy people are the ones who have the most. Like we said, 2 houses, 2 cars. Wealthy people have the most, is it? Krishna says, the wealthiest people are those who need the least. How many people in this world are there who are just satisfied? Put your hand up if you feel like you're completely satisfied in everything in your life and you wouldn't change one thing for anything. Yes, we have one. Yeah, it's so difficult to be satisfied. My good friend Godruma Prabhu is here. Godruma Prabhu, he always tells me, if you're not satisfied with what you have, you'll never be satisfied with what you get. Think about that. In this world today, people have so much, but they're not satisfied. How long can a human live without food? No? Week? Month? Is it? Even in Jain, they do fasting, no? Paryushan, many days. 1 month. You can live without food. Don't try it. Anyway, yeah. We are the kitchen religion. That is never going to happen here. Right. How long can you live without water?
2 days.
2 days, Radha Govinda says? A week. How long can you live without sleep? Interesting. Alpesh? Week? You definitely don't try it. 4 or 5 days. Interesting, huh? Now the $64 million question is, how long can you live without the internet? Maybe a couple of hours, you know. What's the Wi-Fi password? The Wi-Fi's down. Call the technician. The Wi-Fi. With no Wi-Fi connection, I'm feeling one moment to be like 12 years or more. I'm crying in separation. It's amazing how we've made necessities into luxuries and luxuries into necessities. The value system of this world is crazy. Krishna says in this world there are basically 3 modes of nature: goodness, passion, and ignorance. Isn't it? Tamas, Rajas, Sattva. Just like 3 primary colors, red, blue, and yellow. And what do those primary colors do? They mix. And then they create all kinds of combinations. Therefore you have all types of people. Isn't it? You meet all kinds of unique people in this world. Some people, they're like, ignorance until about 1 p.m. in the afternoon. And then some passion comes up for a few hours. And then, so everyone has their own, Some people are like lively in the morning, passion in the morning. But, by 12 o'clock, finished, after lunch, end of the day. So many types of people in this world, so many different. So Krishna says you have to understand these three modes, goodness, passion, ignorance, and you have to try and live in sattva. Because when you live in sattva, you're satisfied. But when you live in the lower mode, you're always desiring, you're always wanting more, you're always trying to acquire. So therefore, Krishna says, Lobha pravritti radhambha karmanam ashama spriha rajasetani jayante vivrido bharatarshabha. When you are increased in the mode of passion, then you have attachment, fruitive activity, endeavor, uncontrollable desire, hankering. If these kinds of emotions are coming in your mind, then it means there is passion. Therefore, Krishna says, change it to sattva. Because passion will not satisfy you. See, you can buy a nice bed, but not sleep. Chintam aparimeyam cha pralayantam upashrita kamopa bhoga parama etavaditi nishchita. What does Krishna say? Kamopa bhoga parama. If your desires are endless, chintam aparimeyam cha, your anxieties will be endless. You all are Gujarati, you know what chinta means. Such a big house, such a nice bed, and so many anxieties that you can't go to sleep, Baba. You can buy a luxurious house, isn't it? I've seen some of your houses. I'm joking. This doesn't apply to you. But can you buy a home, good relationships, warm atmosphere, love? You can buy power and prestige. You can buy it. Did you know? You can buy it. You can buy anything. But can you buy trust and respect? That you have to earn it. You can buy phones and gadgets. But can you buy loving relationships, connection? No. Our lifestyle is topsy-turvy. We put emphasis in the wrong place. So much passion, not enough goodness. And therefore Krishna is saying, change it all around. Understand what is goodness, what is sattva. Because when you're living in sattva, your health will be better, your relationships will be better, your character will be better, and basically your overall happiness will be better. But if you're in passion, you can have so much, but your relationships will go down. Your character will go down. Your health will go down, and your happiness will go down. Therefore, the wealthiest people are not the ones who have the most. And if you don't believe me, you can go to Hollywood and find out. I've been. Brahmachari retreat. The wealthiest people are the ones who need the least. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So, chapter 15, I'm sensing the enthusiasm sort of dying a little bit. Well, the sounds I can hear usually come from this corner, the ladies there. But everybody else, I think if we can chant with a little bit more enthusiasm, you can chant a bit louder. If you get it wrong, it's okay, no problem. I got so many things wrong, they'll tell you can ask them. It's okay. Okay, let's just try and raise the enthusiasm. At least for this chapter, this is the shortest chapter in the Bhagavad Gita, only 20 verses. Okay, chapter 15, and it's called the Yoga of the Ultimate Person, Purushottam Yoga. Okay, are we ready? Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdhvamulam Adashakham Ashwatham Prahuravyayam Chandam Siyasya Parnani Yastam Veda Saveda Ved Adhaschordhvam Prashratastasya Shakha Guna Pravruddha Vishaya Pravala अधश्च मूल्यान्यनुसन्ततानि कर्मानुबन्धानि मनुष्यलोके न रूपमस्येह तथोपलभ्यते नान्तो न चादिर्न च सम्प्रतिष्ठा अश्वत्थमेनं सुविरूढमूलम् असङ्गशस्त्रेण दृढेन चित्वा ततः पदं तत्परिमार्गितव्यं यस्मिन् गता न निवर्तन्ति भूयः तम् एव चाद्यं पुरुषं प्रपद्ये यत प्रवृत्ति प्रसृता पुराणी निर्माणमोहाजितसङ्गदोष अध्यात्मनित्या विनिवृत्तकामः द्वन्द्वैर्विमुक्ता सुखदुःखसंज्ञे गच्छन्त्यमूढा पदम् अव्ययं तत् न तद्भाषयते सूर्यो न शशाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम ममैवांशो जीवलोके जीवभूतसनातनः मनःषष्ठानीन्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति शरीरं यद् अवाप्नोति यच्चाप्युत्क्रमतीश्वरः गृहीत्वैतानि संयाति वायुर्गन्धानि वाशयात् श्रोत्रं चक्षुस्पर्शनं च रसनं घ्राणमेव च अधिष्ठाय मनश्चायं विषयान् उपसेवते उत्क्रमन्तं स्थितं वापि भुञ्जानां वा गुणावितं विमूढानानुपश्यन्ति पश्यन्ति ज्ञानचक्षुषः यतन्तो योगिनश्चैनं पश्यन्त्यात्मन्यवस्थितं यतन्तोऽप्यकृतात्मानो नैनं पश्यन्त चेतसः यदादित्याग्रतं तेजो जगद्भासयतेऽखिलं यच्चन्द्रामसि यच्चग्नो तत्तेजो विद्धि मामकाम् गामाविश्य च भूतानि धारयामहमोजसा पुष्णानि चौषधि सर्वा सोमो भूत्वा रसात्मकः अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रिता प्राणापानसमायुक्ता पाचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधम् सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टो मत्तः स्मृतिर्ज्ञानमपोहनं च वेदैश्च सर्वैरहम् एव वेद्यो वेदान्तकृद्वेदविद् एव चाहम् द्वाविमौ पुरुषो लोके शरश्चाक्षर एव च शरः सर्वाणि भूतानि कुटस्थोऽक्षर उच्यते उत्तमपुरुषस्त्वन्यः परमात्मेत्युदारतः यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य बिभ्रतव्यय ईश्वरः यस्माक्षरम् अतीतोऽहम् अक्षराद् अपि चोत्तमः अतोऽस्मि लोकवेदे च प्रतीतः पुरुषोत्तमः यो माम् एवमसम्मूढो जानति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविद् भजति मां सर्वभावेन भारत इति गुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदम् उक्त्वन्मया नघ एतद्बुद्ध्वा बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृतकृत्यश्च भारत हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Let's get this. Okay. 3 sections in the Bhagavad Gita. First 6 sections are all about how to live. Second 6 sections, 6 chapters are all about how to. Little louder. Give us some more love. And last 6 sections are all about how to let go. Is letting go difficult? Is it difficult to let go? Let go of a relationship that no longer is serving you. Let go of an attachment that you're that's been with you for so long. Let go of an aspiration that you had that's not working out. So difficult to let go in this world. So difficult to let go. So difficult to move forward. It's working. Oh my God, is it working? It's not working. Okay, you have to do it then. I forgot what I was going to say now. Okay. The world tells you, pursue your dreams. How many of you have a dream? Oh, no, everyone has a dream, huh? Really? Is that all the people that have a dream? You don't have any dreams? Maybe you've made your daydream your day job already, is it? The world tells you, pursue your material dreams. But what does Krishna say? More exciting, more amazing, more wonderful than pursuing your dreams in this world is the endeavor to discover the reality of the spiritual world. You know why? Because the reality of the spiritual world exceeds the wildest dream you could come up with in the material world. The spiritual world is where we belong. But right now we're stuck here. But we can't go to the spiritual world unless you let go of the material world. Therefore, yes, do you want to see what the world is going to be like in 2050? Do you want to? You don't want to see? You want to see? Yes. Okay, let's see. This is what the world is going to look like in 2050. Get ready. This is Bhaktivedanta. No, I'm not sure. You won't generally drive any vehicle in 2050. In 2050, everything will be automated. I know all of you already have a Tesla. But basically in 2050, you'll have a watch which runs on your sweat. In 2050, there'll be AI. So that nowadays you have Zoom meetings, isn't it? In 2050, what will happen is you'll have a Zoom meeting and the person will be in front of you as a hologram. You're not excited by that? I was excited, but I was like, wow, that's amazing. In 2050, if Elon Musk gets his way, then space vacations will be possible. Maybe you'll take a vacation in space. This is the world that awaits us in 2050. Are you inspired to be here in 2050? No? Yes? Yes? The kids are like, yeah! The adults are like, no. For adults, even operating a smartphone is like maha anxiety, you know? Krishna says, this world, Mr. Slide, go back. Oh, sorry, you're right. Go there. Krishna says, Na rupam asyeha tato palabhyate, nanto na chadir na cha sampratista, ashvatham enam suvirudhamulam, asangaina shastrena hridena chitva. Krishna says, actually, this world is just a reflection. It's just a reflection of the spiritual world. Here you can see in this beautiful picture, the real reality is in the spiritual world with Krishna. Looks better than 2050, isn't it? The place where every step is a dance. The place where every word is a song. The place where every act is an act of love. The place where all water is nectar. The place where all dreams are fulfilled simply when you think about them. But now what happens? If you click. When you have material desire, then this original form of the spiritual world is then created, the material world, which is like an upside down reflection. Right now we're living in the upside down reflection of this material world. And therefore it doesn't matter what technology, what amazing things you create here. it will never satisfy the heart. It will not satisfy what we're really, really looking for. And so, Krishna is teaching us that this world actually is not a very nice place. Do you think the world is a nice place? Look at it. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's a beautiful place. Is it? Let's see if it's a beautiful place. Put your hand up if you have food in your fridge at home. Did you know 75% of people of this world couldn't put their hand up? Put your hand up if you have a bank account. Did you know that 92% of people in this world don't? Put your hand up if you've ever been in a civil war or you've experienced some kind of imprisonment in your life, unlawful imprisonment. No one? No one. You're luckier than 500 million people in this world right now who are experiencing this. That's 1/14 of the population. Can you read this message? Can you? 3 billion people can't. Because they never got the opportunity to go to school. That's the world we're living in. So if we think this world is a nice place, if we think we can just hang out here and fulfill all our desires, if we think we're going to make it good, Krishna says, Mamupetya punarjanma dukhalayam ashashvatam. This world is full of dukkha, and this world is temporary. And therefore, if you're wise, what will you do? Instead of pursuing material dreams in this world, Krishna says, try to discover the spiritual reality. That should be your first thought when you wake up in the morning. What will I do today to invest in my journey back to where I'm meant to be? That is Krishna's message in the 15th chapter. Hare Krishna.
Okay, so chapter 16 now.
Going again.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Samshuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavastitihi Danam Damascha Yagyascha Swadhyayastapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodhas Tyaga Shantir Apeshunam Daya Bhutvesha Loluptvam Madhavam Hrir Achapalam Teja Kshama Dhriti Shaucham Adroho Nati Manita Bhavanti Sampadam Devim Abhijatasya Bharata Dambho Darpo Bhimanasya Krodha Parushyameva Jnanam Chabhijatasya Partha Sampadam Asurim Devi Sampad Vimokshaya Nibadhyaya Surimata Ma Shucha Sampadam Devim Abhijatosi Pandava Dvau Bhuta Sargo Lokesmin Deva Asura Evacha Devo Vistarasha Prokta Asurim Parthame Shrunu Pravritim Cha Nivritim Cha Janana Vidurasuraha Na Shaucham Napi Chacharo Na Satyam Teshu Vidyate Asatyam Apratishtham Te Jagat Ahuranishwaram Aparaspara Sambhutam Kim Anyat Kama Hetukam Etam Drishtim Avastabhya Nashtatmanolpabuddhayaha Prabhavantyugra Karmana Kshayaya Jagato Hitaha Kamamashritya Dushpuram Dambamana Madanvitaha Mohad Grihitva Sadgrahan Pravartante Shuchivrataha Chintam Aparimeyam Cha Pralayantam Upashritaha Kamopabhoga Parama etavad iti nishchitaha asha pashashaterbadda kama krodha parayanaha ihante kama bhogartham anyayenartha sanchayan idam adya maya sabdham imam prapshe manoratham idam asti idam api me bhavishyati punardhanam asau maya hata shatrur hanishye chaparanapi ishvaroham aham bhogi siddhoham balavan sukhi adyo bhijanavanasmi konyosti sadrasho maya yakshe dasyami modishya ityajnana vimohitah aneka chitta vibranta moha jala samavrita prakashata kam bhogeshu patanti narakeshu cho atma sambhavita shabda dhana mana madanvitah yajante nama yagyaiste dambhana vidhipurvakam ahankaram dalambarpam kamam krodham cha samshrita mam atma paradaheshu pravishanto bisuyakaha tanaham dvishita kruran samsareshu naradaman kshipamya jasram ashubham asurishveva yonishu asurim yonimapanna mudha janmani janmani mam aprapyaiva kaunteya tato yantyadamam gatim trividham narakasyedam dvaram nashanam kamakrodhas tatha lobhas tasmad etatrayam tyajed eter vimukta kaunteya tamo dvareshtribir naraha acharatyatmana shreyas tato yati param gatim yashastra vidhimutsrijya vartate kamakaratah na siddhim avapnoti na sukham na param gatim tasmat shastram pramanam te karya karya vyavastito gyatva shastra vidhanoktam karma kartum iharhasi Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Round of applause. Thank you so much. I feel like a bit of a hypocrite actually, because I was talking about 2 houses, 2 cars, 2 phones, and now I've got 2 clickers in my hand. I have to figure out which one works. So it's not this one, it's this one. Okay, this is the one. That's right. See, I'm letting go. You got to learn to let go. One is enough. We are... Well, let me ask you this question. How many of you think you're a good person? Generally? Generally quite a nice person. Would you be happy to meet yourself in the street? Would you be like, I hope I don't meet that person again, you know? It's interesting. It's funny, we had one day we were here and there was one devotee's birthday and then, you know, different devotees give their appreciation, you know, words of appreciation. So then one person stood up and he said, "You're just like a cow." So, but in our tradition, I mean, cows are like, you know, so it was like, oh wow, why are you just like, he said, because you give so much milk, but you also give quite a few kicks as well. So it's quite interesting. It's like that. People, all of us, we have our higher and our lower nature. Most of the time there are flowers coming out of our mouths, but now and again, frog comes out, we're like, oh no, quick, catch that frog, get it back in, and he's jumping around. He said something. Krishna says there are divine and demoniac. There are divine and demoniac natures, divine and demoniac qualities. And what is it that separates divine and demoniac people? If we boil it down to one thing, a demoniac person and demoniac qualities come from a mentality of I, me, and mine. Yes. Whereas divine qualities come from a mentality of we, us, and ours. What is the difference between a divine person and a demoniac person? Selfishness and selflessness. From selfishness, all other qualities like anger, harshness, envy, pride come about. And from selflessness, all good qualities like compassion, tolerance, truthfulness, simplicity, all of these things come. So basically, within each one of us, there's a good dog and a bad dog. And it depends which one we feed. Whichever one we feed, that one becomes louder. And so here, Krishna is explaining to Arjuna, Devi Sampad Vimokshaya Nibbandhaya Surimata Masucha Sampadim Devim Abhijato Sipandava. Saying there are divine and demoniac. Demoniac qualities will drag you down, whereas divine qualities will raise you up. But don't worry, Arjuna, you are born with divine qualities. Develop those qualities more. If you want to develop divine qualities in your life, it's going to be proportionate to how much selflessness there is in your life. Are we selfless people or are we selfish people? That is going to be the determining factor. I want to ask all of you a question. And when I do an exercise like this, the general tendency is we start doing the experiment on every single person around us, but not ourselves. So I know I'm telling you to be selfless, think of others, but in this experiment, don't think of others. We want you to think of yourself. Ask yourself the question, can I put others' needs before mine? Ask yourself the question, do I help others without any expectation of getting something back in return? Do I enjoy working in teams? Am I conscious to not burden others? Do people call me for help? These questions are very telling. Because if you can say yes to every single one of these questions, it means you have fostered a character of selflessness. And if you foster a character of selflessness, know that all divine qualities will manifest in your life. And when all divine qualities manifest in your life, then know that you will rise. You will rise in your relationship with Krishna. You will rise in your spiritual journey. And so, Krishna gives us the very important lesson here. If we are thinking, I, me, and mine, selfish, the me society, that kind of life will not be very exciting. But as soon as you begin thinking, we, us, and ours, I leads to illness, but we leads to wellness. This is the difference between the divine and demoniac. And Krishna says to Arjuna, don't worry, you are a selfless person. You will definitely rise. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, chapter 17. Arjuna uvacha ye shastra vidim utshrijya yajante shraddhayanvita tesham nishta tu ka Krishna sattvam aho rajastamaha. Shri Bhagavan uvacha Trividha bhavati shraddha dehinam sa swabhavaja satviki rajasi chaiva tamasi chetitam shinu. Sattvanurupa sarvasya shraddha bhavati bharata shraddhamayo yam purusho yo yat shraddha sa eva saha. Yajante satvika devan yaksha rakshamsi rajasaha pretan bhutaganamschanye yajante tamasa jana. Ashastra vihitam ghoram tapyante ye tapo janaha dambhahankara samyukta kamaraga balanvitaha karshayanta sharirastham bhutagramyam ashetasaha mam chaivanta sharirastham tan vidyasuraneshyan. Aharastvapi sarvasya trivido bhavati priyaha yagyastapas tatha danam tesham vedam imam shunu. Ayu sattva balarogya sukha priti vivardanaha rasya snigdha stira ridya ahara satvika priyaha katvam lalavanatyushna tikshna rukshna vidahinaha ahara rajasasyeshta dukkha shoka maya pradaha yatayamam gatarasam puti paryushitam chayat uchistam api chamedhyam bhojanam tamasa priyam afalakankshi bhiryagyo vididishtoya ijyate yashtavyameveti manaha samadhaya sasatvikaha abhisandhaya tu phalam dambhartham api chaivayat ijyate bharata shreshta tam yagyam vidhi rajasam. Vidhinam ashishtanam mantrahinam adakshinam shraddha virahitam yagyam tamasam parichakshate. Devadvija guru pragya pujanam shauchamarjavam brahmacharyam ahimsa cha shariram tapa uchyate. Anudvega karam vakyam satyam priyahitam chayat swadhyaya abhyasanam chaiva vanmayam tapa uchyate. Mana prasada saumyatvam maunam atma vinigraha bhava samsuddhirityetat tapo manasamuchyate. Shraddhaya paraya taptam tapastatri vidham nare afalakankshi bhiryukte satvikam parichakshate. Satkaramana pujartham tapo dambhena chaivayat kriyate tad iha proktam rajasam chalamadruvam. Mudha grahenatmano yat pidaya kriyate tapaha parasyot sadhanartham va tattamasam udaritam. Datavyam iti yaddanam diyate nupakarine deshe kale cha patre cha taddanam satvikam smritam. Yattu pratyupakanartham phalam uddishya va punaha diyate cha pariklishtam taddanam rajasam smritim. Adesha kale yaddanam apatrebhyascha diyate asatkritam avagyatam tattamasam udaritam. Om tat sat iti nirdesho brahmanastri vidasmitaha brahmanastena vedasya yagyascha vihita pura. Tasmadomityudaritya yagya dana tapakriyaha pravartante vidanokta satatam brahmavadinam. Taddityanapisandhaya phalam yagya tapakriyaha danakriyascha vividha kriyante mokshakankshibhihi. Sadbhave sadhubhave cha sad ityetat paryujyate prashaste karmani tatha satchabda parthayujyate. Yagye tapasi dane cha sthiti sad iti chochyate karma chaiva tadarthiyam sad ityeva vidiyate. Ashraddhaya hutam dattam tapastaptam kritam chayat asadityuchyate partha na cha tat pretyano hiha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Wonderful. So we're reaching the 17th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Divisions of Faith. Faith is a beautiful thing, but some people think that putting faith in something is very difficult. Some people say, I don't want to put faith in anything. I only believe in science. You prove it to me, then I'll put faith in it. In the world, some people think faith opposes knowledge. They say, you religious people, you are people of faith. But I don't believe in all of this. I believe in that which can be proved. I believe in facts. But Krishna says something different. Krishna says it's not that faith opposes knowledge, but faith builds knowledge. And this is true for everyone. How many of you have been in one of these? Put your hand up. Yeah, you've been in a plane. If it was Air India, I apologize. No, it's not that bad. How many of you personally knew the person who was flying your plane? How many of you knew the pilot? No? No one? Not one of you knew the pilot who was driving the plane. One of you. Okay. Yet you still put that, your life in their hands? Are you mad? You put faith in the pilot. Why did you put faith in the pilot? You don't even know who it is. That's your life. Because without faith, you can't progress. In this world, there are so many things we have to put faith in. When you entered into school, did you know who your teachers were going to be? Did you know them personally? Did you check their CV? Did you check their academic qualifications? No, you just sat and you began listening. Why? Because faith is always the beginning. Without faith, you can't build any knowledge. So if someone says, I don't have faith in all this religious mumbo jumbo, I don't have no faith in these Hare Krishnas dancing. No, I'm not into that. I believe, no, even you have faith. Everyone has faith. Because without faith, you can't live in this world. So what does Krishna say? Sattvanurupa sarvasya shraddha bhavati bharata shraddha mayoyam purusho yo yat shraddhana sa eva saha. Everyone in this world has faith, but according to your disposition, you'll have faith in different things. And so Krishna says, if you want to advance in spiritual life, just like if you want to advance in anything in spiritual life, you need faith. Faith is natural. Without faith, you can't build anything in this world. Not just that, faith is rational. There's some argument to put faith in different things. And not just that, faith is beautiful. Because faith opens you up to that which you never knew about before. So, if you're wise and you want to go on this spiritual journey, then you will nourish and develop your faith. And later on we'll talk about how to do that. But in this chapter, Krishna makes a very, very beautiful point. That it's not that faith opposes knowledge, but rather that faith builds knowledge.
Hare Krishna. So we're on the final chapter, chapter 18. So this is your chance to rise and shine. If you've been mumbling so far, this is your chance to really shout out loud. Last chance, you're not going to get it until next year again. Okay? So chapter 18. Arjuna uvacha sanyasasya mahabaho तत्त्वम् इच्छामि वेदितुं त्यागस्य च ऋषिकेश पृथक् केशी निषूदन श्रीभगवानुवाच काम्यानां कर्मणां न्यासं सन्न्यासं कवयो विदुः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं प्रभुस्त्यागं विचक्षणः त्याज्यं दोषवदित्येके कर्म प्राहुर्मनीषिणः यज्ञदानतपकर्म न्यत्याज्यम् अपि चापरे निश्चयं शृणु मे तत्र त्यागे भरत सत्तमा त्यागो हि पुरुषव्याघ्र त्रिविध सम्प्रकीर्तितः यज्ञदानतपकर्म न्यत्याज्यं कार्यमेव तत् यज्ञोदानं तपश्चैव पावनानि मनीषिणाम् एतान्यपि तु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलानि च कर्तव्यनीति मे पार्थ निश्चितं मतमुत्तमम् नियतस्य तु सन्न्यास कर्मणो नोपपद्यते मोहातस्य परित्यागस्तामस परिकीर्तितः दुःखम् इत्येव यत्कर्म कायक्लेशभयात् त्यजेत् स कृत्वा राजसं त्यागं नैव त्यागफलं लभेत् कार्यमित्येव यत्कर्म नियतं क्रियते अर्जुन सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलं चैव स त्यागसात्विको मतः न द्वेष्ट्य कुशलं कर्म कुशलेनानुसज्जते त्यागी सत्त्वसमाविष्टो मेधावी छिन्न संशयः न हि देहभृतः शक्यं त्यक्तुं कर्माण्यशेषतः यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी स त्यागीत्यभिधीयते अनिष्टमिष्टं मिश्रं च त्रिविधं कर्मणः फलं भवत्यत्यागिनां प्रीत्य न तु सन्न्यासिनां क्वचित् नानि महाबाहो कारणानि निबोध मे सांख्ये कृतान्ते प्रोक्तानि सिद्धये सर्वकर्मणाम् अधिष्ठानं तत्ता कर्ता कारणं च पृथग्विधं विविधाश्च पृथक् चेष्टा दैवं चैवात्र पञ्चमम् शरीरवान् मनोभिर्यत् कर्म प्रारभते नरः न्यायं वा विपरीतं वा पञ्चैतस्य हेतवः तत्रैवं सति कर्तारम् आत्मानं केवलं तु यः पश्यत्यकृतबुद्धित्वान् न स पश्यति दुर्मतिः यस्य नाहङ्कृतो भावो बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि स इमान् लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं परिज्ञाता त्रिविधा कर्मचोदना कारणं कर्म कर्तेति त्रिविधा कर्मसङ्ग्रहः ज्ञानं कर्म च कर्ता च त्रिदैव गुणभेदतः प्रोच्यते गुणसङ्ख्याने यथा वा शृणुतान्यपि सर्वभूतेषु येनैकं भावम् अव्ययमीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि सात्विकम् पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ञानं नानाभावान् पृथग्विधान् वेत्ति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि राजसम् यत्तु कृत्स्नवदेकस्मिन् कार्यसक्तम् अहेतुकम् तत्त्वार्थवदल्पं च तत्तामसम् उदारितम् नियतं सङ्गरहितम् अरागद्वेष्टहतम् अफलाप्रेप्सुना कर्म यत्तत् सात्विकमुच्यते यत्तु कामेप्सुना कर्म साहङ्कारेण वा पुनः क्रियते बहुलायासं तद्राजसम् उदारितम् अनुबन्धं क्षयं हिंसम् अनपेक्ष्य च पौरुषं मोहाद् आरभ्यते कर्म यत्तत् तामसमुच्यते मुक्तसङ्गो नाहंवादी धृत्युत्साहसमन्वितः सिद्ध्यसिद्ध्यो निर्विकारः कर्ता सात्विक उच्यते रागिकर्म फलप्रेप्सुर्लुब्धो हिंसात्मको शुचिः हर्षशोकान्वितः कर्ता राजस परिकीर्तितः Ayukta pakrita stabda shato naiskritiko lashaha vishadi dirgha sutri cha karta tamasa uchyate buddher bhedam dhriteshchaiva gunatas trividam shunu procyamanam asheshena prithaktvena dhananjaya pravritim cha nivritim cha karya karye bhaya bhaye bandham moksham cha ya vetti buddhi sapartha satviki yaya dharmam adharmam cha karyam cha karyam eva cha athatavat prajahati buddhi sapartha rajasi adharmam dharmamittya manyate tamasavrita sarvarthan viparitamscha buddhi sapartha tamasi dhrityaya dharayate mana pranendriya kriya yogena vyabhicharinya dhriti sapartha satviki yaya tu dharma kamarthan dhritya dharayate arjuna prasangena falakankshi dhriti sapartha rajasi yaya swapnam bhayam shokam vishadam madameva cha na vimunchati durmedha dhriti sapartha tamasi sukham tvidanim trividam shrinu me bharatarshava abhyasadramate yatra dukhantam sanigacchati isham iva pariname mritopamam tat sukham satvikam proktam atma buddhi prasadajam vishayendriya samyogad yattad agre mritopamam pariname visham iva tat sukham rajasam smritam yadagre chanubandhe cha sukham mohanamatmanah nidralasya pramodatham tattamasam udaritam na tadasti prithivyam va divi deveshu va punah sattvam prakriti jairmuktam vyad vibhisyatri bhrigunai brahmana kshatriya visham shutranam cha parantapa karmani pravibhaktani svabhava prabhaver gunai shamodamastapa shaucham shantir arjavameva cha jnanam vijnanam astikyam brahma karma svabhavajam shauryam tejo dhritir dakshyam yuddhe chapapulayanam danam ishvara bhavascha shatram karma svabhavajam krishi goraksha vanijyam vaishya karma svabhavajam paricharyatmakam karma shudrasyapi svabhavajam स्वे स्वे कर्मण्य भारितः संसिद्धिं लभते नरः स्वकर्म निरत सिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु यथा प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वम् इदं ततं स्वकर्मणा तमाभ्यच्य सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वभावनियतं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम् सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषम् अपि न त्यजेत् सर्वारम्भा हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरिवावृतः असक्तबुद्धि सर्वत्र जितात्मा विगतस्पृहः नैष्कर्म्य सिद्धिं परामां सन्न्यासेनाधिगच्छति सिद्धिं प्राप्तो यथा ब्रह्म तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समासेनैव सौन्तेय निष्ठति ज्ञानस्य परा बुद्ध्या विशुद्धया युक्तो धृत्यात्मानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन् विषयांस् त्यक्त्वा उदितेषो विदस्य च विविक्तसेवी लघ्वासी यथा वाक्कायमानसः ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं समुपाश्रितः अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्मशन्तो ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मभूतप्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते परां Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavan yaschasmi tatvatah tato mam tatvato gyatva vishate tad anantaram sarva karmanyapi sada kurvano madvyapashrayah mad prasadadavapnoti shasvatam padamavyayam cetasa sarva karmani mai sanyasya matparaha buddhi yogam upashritya Macchitta satatam bhava Macchitta sarva durgani Matprasadat tarishyasi Atha chetvam ahankaran Nashosyasi vinangshyasi Yad ahankaram ashritya Na yotsya iti manyase Mithyaisya vyavasayaste Prakritistvam niyokshiti Svabhavajena kaunteya Nibaddha svena karmana Kartum nechasi anmohat Karishyasya vashopitat Ishvara sarva bhutanam Riddeshirjuna tishtati Brahmayan sarva bhutani Yantrarudhani mayaya Tam eva sharanam gaccha Sarva bhavena bharata Tat prasadat param shantim Sthanam prapsyasi shasvatam Iti te jnanam akyatam Guhyat guhyataram maya Vimrishyeta dasheshena Yathechasi tatha kuru Sarva guhyatamam bhuya Shrinu me paramam vachaha Ishtosi me dridam iti Tato vakshyami te hitam Manmana bhava madbhakto Madhyaji mam namaskuru Mame veshyasi satyam te Pratijane priyosi me Sarva dharman parityajya Mamekam sharanam vraja Aham tvam sarva papebhyo Mokshayishyami ma shuchaha Idam te na tapaskaya Na bhaktaya kadachana Na cha shushrusave vachyam Na cha mam yobhyasuyati Ye idam paramam guhyam Madbhakteshvavidasiti Bhaktim mai param kritva Mame veshyata samshayaha Na cha tasman manushyeshu Kashin me priyakritamaha Bhavati na cha me tasmad Anya priyataro bhuvi Adyeshyate cha ya imam Dharmyam samvadamavayo Jnanayagyena tenaham Ishtasyam iti me matihi Shraddhavananashuyascha Shunyad api yo naraha Sopi mukta subhalokan Prapnutyat punyakarmanam Kachideta shrutam partha Tvayekagrena chetasa Kachidajnana sammoha Pranastaste dhananjaya Arjuna uvacha Nashtamoha smitirlabdha Tvat prasadan mayachyuta Sthitosmi gata sandeha Karishyase vachanam tava Sanjaya uvacha Ityaham vasudevasya Pathasya cha mahatmanaha Samvadam imamashrausam Adbhutam romaharshanam Vyasa prasadat shrutavan Etad guhyam aham param Yogam yogeshwarat krishnat Sakshat kathayata swayam Rajan samritsata samspritya Samvadam imam adbhutam Keshavarjunayo punyam Rishyami cha muhurmuhu Tacha samsmritya samsmritya Rupam adbhutputam harehe Vismayo me mahan rajan Rishyami cha puna puna Yatra yogeshwara krishna Yatra patho dhanurdara Tatra shir vijayo bhutir Dhruvanitir matir mama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Thank you to Radha Govinda Prabhu, wonderful recitation. And thank you to all of you. We have gone through the Bhagavad Gita. Haribo. Isn't that satisfying to just read all the verses and just soak up that sound? It's such a beautiful thing. Thank you, all of you. We've been here for 6 hours, is it? Nearly 6 hours. You know how long the Bhagavad Gita took? This week? Yeah, they say 45 minutes, 50 minutes. But we're not going to let you go just yet. I need to do one thing with you, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. You see? I bought the bed. Actually, we're on the floor. I got the floor, yoga mat. But I need your help, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. Can we do a quick summary of all the chapters together? I need to know that you heard me and you understood and you grasped Krishna's message. Are you enthusiastic to do that? Yes! Okay, good. We're going to do it together. We're going to start right back 6 hours ago when we were all sitting here, and Krishna in every single chapter is teaching us to think differently about life. The world teaches you when you have problems, leave the problems. Krishna teaches you, learn from the problems. Everything in life is coming to us as a gateway to a higher understanding. In the world, they tell you, act first, ask later. But Krishna teaches you? Wonderful. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. Very good. I want you to keep the energy up. In the 3rd chapter, Krishna is talking about karma yoga. Some people think spiritualists don't own anything. But what does Krishna say? Spiritualists aren't owned by anything. In other words, you use everything you have for a spiritual purpose. That's real detachment. Some people think that you know by studying. But what does Krishna teach? You know by sincerity, by living in a certain way, by practicing sadhana, doing seva, having sangha. In the world, people are stressed out because they want to be the best. What does Krishna say? Try your best. That's all you can do. Krishna is in charge of the result. Try your best and then leave the rest. Simple. In the world, people train their body. But what is Krishna saying? Train your mind. Go to the mind gym. And what time does the mind gym begin? Thank you. See you there tomorrow. Then Krishna told us, some people say, I will only believe if I see it. You have to see to believe. But what does Krishna say? Here, then you will be able to see and then naturally you will believe. Wonderful, you're doing great. I'm going to get a good night's sleep. I may oversleep and not come to Mangalarti because you did so good. Some people say, live before you die, the clock is ticking, fulfill all your dreams. What does Krishna say? Thank you so much. Some people come to God with a shopping list, ask God for what you want. Krishna says, give God what He wants. That makes a real relationship. Some people can't see God anywhere. But Krishna says if you have the eyes of love, then you can see God everywhere. But we lack in confidence, and therefore Krishna says, in the world when people are lacking in confidence, the message you're always given is believe in yourself. But Krishna says, believe in Krishna. Yes, very good. In the world, most people have a to-do list. But what should you really have also? A to-be list, because people won't remember you for your achievements, but people will definitely remember you for how you moved their heart. Some people think God is far away in heavens. If I go to the top of the mountains, maybe I'm closer to God. No. God is? He's very near. Situated within. Are the wealthiest people the ones who have the most? Who are the wealthiest people? The ones who need the least. Satisfaction. Santushta. Satatam yogi. Some people think the goal of life is to pursue your material dreams. But Krishna says there's something far more exciting, far more adventurous, far more amazing than that, which is to discover the spiritual reality, the place where every step is a dance. Most people in this world are in the mindset of I, me and mine. Krishna says switch it to we, us and ours. Very good. And finally, some people say faith is opposed to knowledge. Gave that one away. Faith builds knowledge. So now we're on the final one. You want to hear the final? The final message? What is the goal of life? What is the supreme goal of our life? Surrender. The world teaches us, try to be happy. Oh, you're thinking, this one better be good. I mean, of course, I want to be happy. Try to be happy? Of course. Is there anyone in this world who's trying to be unhappy? Don't worry, that's not what's coming up. Try to be happy. Everyone wants to be happy. Krishna is saying something amazing. In the final chapter, Krishna is saying something incredible. Krishna is saying most people, they think I should try to be happy. But Krishna says, try to serve. Try to serve. Because if you serve, if you do bhakti, if you do devotional service, then what will happen? You will become? Some people think they got the equation to happiness. This is what basically most people in the world think the equation of happiness is. Happiness equals health, plus time, plus wealth. But the amazing thing is, when you're a child, you have health, you have time. Paisa, no money. No money. No money, even if your parents give you some pocket money, isn't it? In adulthood, the amazing thing is, still got the health, got the wealth. Time, no time, no time. And the amazing thing is, when you're old, you got all the time in the world and all the wealth in your overseas Swiss bank account, which is a tax haven. But you don't have health. What are we doing here? What are we doing trying to find happiness here? It's not going to work. And shall I tell you something else? Even if you have health, even if you have time, and even if you have wealth, you still won't be happy. Because if you take a fish out of water and you give it everything in the universe, it will never be happy until it's back in the water. Therefore, Krishna says, forget this equation. That equation needs to be retired. We need a new equation for happiness. And that new equation is devotional service. Bhakti. What is bhakti? Bhakti in your routine life. Every day, make your work bhakti. Make your family life bhakti. Make your social circle and friends and your daily tasks part of your spiritual journey. You can do it. It's possible. And Bhakti in your extra time, chanting, worshipping, reading, serving, associating. If you do these things, if you make this your life, if you make devotional service the center, happiness will come. That is what Krishna is offering all of us. Here at the temple, we have service opportunities for everyone. There's so much amazing service to do for Krishna. Every single day you can come into this building. You can serve people prasadam. You can sweep the corridors. You can make garlands for Krishna. You can park cars in the car. There's so many things you can do. In this temple, there are courses you can go on. In a few weeks, we'll have a Bhagavad Gita, Gita Life course. Every single person who is in this room that hasn't done it needs to do it. Because this is how you learn the Gita in a way that it will bring you the greatest happiness and vision in your life. Please join a course, take advantage. This temple is an oasis in the material world. Don't just walk in here and walk out. Walk in here and avail of all this education that's available. And in our community, we have so many congregational groups. If you live in Wembley, I was going to say something funny about Wembley there, but I won't. Wembley is good. I grew up in Wembley. If you live in Wembley, or you live in Harrow, or you live in Edgware, or you live somewhere in this, we have groups in your local area. Get involved. Meet the devotees. So my humble request is that now this ocean is before you. Ocean of opportunity. Question is, how deep do you want to go? How deep do you want to go in your spiritual journey? Some people, they just watch the people in the ocean having a good time and that gives them some happiness. Other people, they go to the side of the ocean and they put just their feet in, isn't it? Like when the Masis go to Brighton Beach, you see, they just put their feet in. It's nice, nice. And then, some people go to the middle of the ocean and they swim on the top of the ocean. And they're surrounded, they think, I'm right in the ocean. But they're still just on the surface. And then there are some people who dive deep. And you know what's deep within the ocean? There are many, many jewels, many, many pearls, much, much wealth. You want to find it? But then you have to go deep. You have to become a little bit more than just a visitor. You have to become a little bit more than just a ritualistic worshipper. We have to become a little more than just a casual practitioner of spirituality. So therefore, after Krishna has given all of this knowledge to Arjuna, what does Krishna say? Iti te jnanam akyatam guyat guyataram maya vimrashe tadasheshena yate chisi tathakuru yata icha. I've given you the knowledge. I've given you all the wisdom. Arjuna, I've given you all the insight. I'm not forcing you. I don't expect you to do anything. If you want to act on it, you can. If you don't, you don't. It's up to you. Just think about it. But ultimately, yata icha, tata guru. Whatever your desire is, that you do. So now, when we walk away, Krishna is saying the same thing to us. Today is the 31st of December. Tomorrow will be the 1st of January. Is your life going to change? Is your vision going to change? Are your goals going to change? Yata icha, tata guru. That's up to you. But here, Krishna has given you the opportunity. But you know, there's an English saying, window of opportunity. All of you are in the window of opportunity. But tomorrow that window of opportunity may disappear. A life quake or something. While the opportunity is there, Why not take it seriously? And that is Krishna's offer to us, because he's saying most people are trying to be happy, but they got the equation wrong. Don't try to be happy. Just try to build a life of service, seva, selflessness, devotion and bhakti. And if you do that, everything will work out just perfect. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Shri Gaurnitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, all of you ki, Janitai Gaur Premanande. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Swam Bhagavan Keshava Swami Maharaj ki jai. One more time. His Holiness Swam Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj ki jai. We request you all to please remain seated. Please, please, please. You've just done an intense yajna. You've just done an intense austerity, an intense jnana yajna. We request you to just close your eyes. Two things you're going to do. You're going to do the Purnahuti, offering the final oblations into the fire. And the second very important thing we all want you to do is we want you in your heart, in your mind, and with your long and powerful clapping, thank all those that have made this possible. As Maharaj was saying, this is a window of opportunity. It has all been possible because of the efforts of all those devotees who envisioned, manifest, and welcomed all of you here. So can we start off firstly by thanking from the bottom of our heart for all this wisdom and all this meditation that we can take away from here, His Holiness Swam Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Maharaj will remain here on the stage, and after we all leave, you can please come. If you got your books you would like signed. If you haven't got a book, the Gita and 3, just at the registration table, you can pick up a copy. Maharaj is happy to sign it for you. And if there's any quick exchange questions, you are welcome to do that as well. Now we want to thank all those reciters, because where would you be able to recite all 700 verses of the Gita without their guidance? So can we please have a round of applause for Bharati, for Ishan, Yogi, what was Mataji's name? Ishita. Can we have a round of applause for Govinda, for our Krishna Club, Gurukul Krishna Club children, and for Radha Govinda Prabhu. Hari Bol. Then we want to express our gratitude for the tireless offering of ghee and ahutis into the fire on our behalf. Our very kind priest, Jagannath Ram Prabhu, Ayodhyapati Prabhu, and Yajna Prasad Prabhu. Hari Bol. This is the first time we've gone so far in using technology. So can we please have a round of applause for Yogendra Prabhu, Nityananda, Isha, Manish, anyone else there, the tech team, for the systematic planning of getting you positioned and making sure you're comfortable. All those devotees at the front desk registering everyone and taking donations and giving you your Yajman badges and the chai that was served there as well. All those Radhika and team, Hare Krishna. In the cold and wet, all the car park devotees who've been waiting and ushering you in accordingly. Can we have a round of applause for them? And finally, we do have a sumptuous meal, prasad, feast for everyone. So all those in the kitchen who've tirelessly chopped potatoes and fried paneer and baked your gajar ka halwa. Now, we want to do this in as a practical, as easily and as logistically as possible. So can I ask, now we're going to do the Purnahoti. So we want you all, actually before we do the Purnahoti, the good news is that thanks to all of you, in the last 6 hours, we have met the 2,500 books. Haribo! That does not mean it's enough, because it's never enough. So by the end of the day, we will find out how much we cross that barrier, but the good news is we have hit it, so that's very good to know. Now, can we ask those on the carpet here, please, everyone else remain seated, just the carpet, if you please stand and move back. We're just going to have a barrier, so it's easily manageable for everyone to come forward and offer their grains, get some prasad, and get a blessing tika from the pujaris here. Once the barrier is set, we want you to please start coming. We're going to ask the priest to please chant the Purnahoti prayers for us. So, Yogendra Prabhu, if you can please have a mic for the priest, for Ramu Prabhu. We will be chanting the final prayers, the final oblations, Purnahoti prayers. Once you leave, after offering, if you would like to meet Maharaj, we have a queue on that side of the hall for Maharaj. So please do queue for Maharaj with your books. And can we kindly request you to allow all the yajmans to please come first and offer the grains. Everyone else, you're more than welcome. But please do allow the yajmans to come forward first to offer the grains. Once again, thank you for another 20th Gita Jayanti Maha Mahotsav ki jai. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. So the queue for Keshava Maharaj is on my left hand side. To meet Maharaj is here, and for the Purnahoti, it is here. Jagannath Ram Prabhu, if you please take us through the Purnahoti.
Hare Krishna. Now we'll go through Purnahoti, and there is plenty of prasad for everybody. Prasad of the Havan. Please take one per household. If everybody takes 2, 3, there is not enough for everybody. Okay? Ek le jaiye, there should be more than enough. As Prabhu said, our need, let's just take that. We'll have Prabhuji here giving everybody a little bit of the Havan Samagri. We have Yaga Prasadji giving everybody prasad. So you can't just pick up the prasad, somebody will give you the prasad. In this way, we'll make your way out.
I would just like to also say, we have lots of books here. We would really love that you take some books with you and you give them and share them with your family and friends. So if you have sponsor, if you got your number, please come forward. We'll give you your books. You please take them and give them out. Yeah, that's really nice. We are happy to do it on your behalf as well. But if you can do it, it'll give us extra hands. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Everybody said after me. Om.
Om.
Purnamadaha.
Purnamadaha.
Purnamidam.
Purnamidam.
Purnat Purnam.
Purnat Purnam.
Mudachyate.
Mudachyate.
Purnasya.
Purnasya.
Purnamadhaya.
Purnamadhaya.
Purnameva.
Purnameva.
Vashishyate.
Vashishyate.
Swaha.
Swaha. Kirtan.
Hare Krishna. You can come just by where Maharaj is standing. Where Maharaj is sitting next to that, I'll be standing and I'll put the tika of the havan. So you can, once you have done the Purnahuti, you'll then make your way this way and use the tika for the havan.